Yo, we back in it. So we gonna do some of these maps. I don't know if there's tier level lock at some point, but for now we've been doing pretty well. And we just craft most of these. Oh wait, I put these in there so I could do that. Ooh, waystone drop chance, nice. Okay,
what is it?
He doesn't have anything, right? No.
Of course.
Let's go. Crypt. Why not? See how well we do. Ooh, yeah, we got a loot filter now. To complete a tower on your atlas to infuse surrounding maps. Tablets are consumed once placed into a tower. Interesting. That's cool. I wonder how many like things like that, because I know I saw the tower on the map and I was like, oh, that's interesting. I wonder what that is. It was like a trial. I was wondering if that's where I get my ascendancy from, but no, apparently that is just for buffs. For your atlas. Which isn't bad at all. And we still completely fucking destroy shit out of everything. Just hoping to find some, like, I was trying to figure out what the icons on the map mean, but they don't have any whatchamacallit, like indicators. Like you can't like select over them and see what they are. So I have no idea. Some of them look dangerous, some of them look interesting, some of them look you know, off the wall a bit. But that's how she goes. Sometimes you win, sometimes things get a little hectic. Well, this, it gets pretty hectic, especially with the mana cost at this point. But if we can just keep up with Unleash, let the minions take them down, and then just pick them off, like we're last hitting, then we should be fine. Shouldn't really have to worry too much. This shows this is not a dead end. Why is this a dead end? That is very odd. Shows a narrow passageway there between it. You'd think you'd be able to go in there. Ain't doing shit to these. There we go, that's some damage. Blow the fuck out of them. Those big crits, that's what we're looking for. Big crits. The health is so nice though. I'm getting like adjusted to being Blood Mage. So oh shit. We got so lucky there. We gotta stop being cocky. We've really gotta stop being cocky. We get ourselves fucking killed. We're gonna lose the map. One thing that I really wish they would fix is like the resetting. Like loss of loot. I don't really care that much about mobs resetting, but definitely shouldn't lose your map if you have 6 portals and you die once. This isn't hardcore. I already hated only having 6 because I die so much in this game. At least PoE 1. 6 was never enough. Okay, I don't understand this. Advanced Wayfarer Jacket, Tier 2. What the fuck does that mean? Tier 2 what? I don't understand. Need more life. Give me those blood circles. All about the blood circles. And I also wish they lasted longer. Like, it kind of, like, it makes you, like, really have to run in. I've died so many times from, like, on-death effects or after-death effects. From trying to collect my freaking blood before it despawns. It only lasts, like, I want to say 5 seconds. It might be 10 seconds. It just feels like 5 seconds because it's always up for so long. Let's see. 5, 6, 7. That was 7 seconds. So yeah, they don't last very long. I wish there was a way to increase that. I don't see it on the Ascendancy tree. And my minion kills should get me the Blood Mage thing. Like, on kill. Instead of just crit. Or at least have a percentage chance to. Because it kind of gets really brutal. There we are, Tier 1. Yes, you are. The apex of blood magic. Culmination of Vol technology. Another map. If only we get a Tier 2 map. I think that would be much better. But we've only done 4 maps, so we got a lot of maps to do. Ooh, holy shit. That's scary. These explodey boys. These explodey boys. Give me my HP, bitch. See, I don't know why, again, I've had this before. It doesn't disappear, as if the mob is still there. I don't know if that's a bug. It's like, I definitely killed the boss, so, or at least the rare. Because I think most of these maps are like, you just have to kill all the rares on the map. There's no actual, holy shit, that was close. There's no actual, boss. At least on the maps that I've done so far. But there are some maps that do have bosses. I think that might be something to do with the icons, but I don't know. It. We need to find some Chaos Res. Because that's going to be what's going to be taking us down really quickly. And then, like, Tier 4 plus max. We're trying to do full clear so we can get as many drops as possible for maps. At least that's the idea. I think Hexer's Robe is the best I can get at the moment for a base. I also wish, like, you got mana back, or at least, like, it didn't cut, like, the blood magic, the actual passive is PoE 1 that makes it so like you cast with life instead of blood, or like the support that makes you do that. I wish it was like that and you didn't use mana, or you could like pick and choose which abilities you wanted. It had more of an enhancement than just, you know, this. Map completed. Alright. Not that hard. We fucked them up. That's all that matters. Yeah, I hear. We'll take him down. Slowly but surely. Shouldn't be too many more scary things here. Yeah, again, it shows that that's like an area, but I can't go there. What the fuck? Very odd map. No, you don't, buddy guy. Get out of here. Oh god. I'm getting enough crits. Give me back my health. Ooh, scary boy. Scary boy. Ooh, there we go. Another map. Them on-death effects are friggin' brutal. Right? The mana flare is nice because we know exactly when to go in because we know we got at least one orb. And the rolling really does help with that. Or to keep it going. Guy here. Come on. I know you want that, but you can't have the blood mage. My blood. I don't want to touch your blood. Your blood is sullied. My blood is pure. May as well just go back. One portal down.
Greetings. We prepare for all contingencies.
Disenchant. That. Damn! It could have been so good! It still really is really, really good! Fuck! Oh, it could be so good! I'm doing it. What a fucking waste. Let's try it. Damn, we need a lot of strength to use that.
Speak.
I must keep calculating.
I'm still good on intelligence. Nope. 133. Fuck. Can I get rid of debt?
What is
Time to change plans.
Ooh, 15! How much fucking... 146 intelligence. Damn. What do I need dex for? Okay, 49 dex, so I can't get rid of any more dex. So I'm stuck at 14 for now. But we do have a 15. For if this doesn't work, then we can just switch back to the other one. But seems like it's gonna be really good, and I got a lot of energy. I just use a lot of energy shield. Only thing that sucks is the cast speed and the 2 skills is only tier 2. But it's still really fucking good. And like I want to chaos it, but I know I'm gonna lose fucking the lightning damage. And that's like the main thing that I freaking want on it is the lightning damage. Okay, well let's see how it does. So we're gonna go 0 of those. 45. So it allows us to get 2. Alright. Only 2 is better than none. And does it give Raging Spirits? Yeah, +2 instead of +3, and then +1 from support. So technically this still gives minions, because it's +2 all spell skills, which includes minions. The only problem is it has no spirit on it. So I lose, like, 4 of my minions. But if the increase, like, I am pretty sure, oops. It almost doubled my damage. Like, maybe even more than doubled. And what's the mana cost? It's not that bad. It takes so much mana to cast. I got him stuck. Well, that was bullshit. Thank God that map's done. I don't think it's worth it though. But I am gonna put it in the offhand. And we're gonna go...
Go on.
I must keep calculating.
Maybe one more. Okay, now let's get... 15 arc. Let's see. It was like 1,000 damage. And it was max level? You can't go above 20? Because it should have been +2 more. Making it level 21. I don't know.
Oops, not strong enough.
Wait, what? Oh, I need one more strength node.
I must keep calculating.
This doesn't give strength. Yeah, I can't even use this setup, but that's okay. Yeah, this is much better. This is like what we're set up to do. Could have been good. Coulda, woulda, shoulda.
See what you think.
I can probably keep that. We want the quality gem on this one. Not reforged. right, those have burning ground. Fuck that. Curse with elemental weakness. Critical strike bonus, critical strike chance. Flagged monsters. Faradun monsters. They're all 100% increased drop rate except for 95, so these aren't bad. I already die instantly, so that's not gonna help. Yeah, because there's these symbols over them, but I don't know what those mean. Should we just do Abyss? And kind of go up this way? Abyss, High Fortress, Burial Bog, Oasis, Savannah, Steaming Springs, Spider Woods. So let's do Abyss. Okay. Proverbs. Into the abyss. We go into the abyss. We go into the abyss.
Get out of my way.
Yeah, this is definitely better because it's a hell of a lot safer. Jesus. I need to get help. There we go. Holy shit, that's intense. Motherfuckers, I need the toke. Let's go. Man, we're getting like absolutely no drops either. I need to get a magic find build going or something. As I say that, a fucking gem cutter's prism. Fuck yes. I'm putting that into and an exalted warp. Okay, complaining about the drops. Gets fucking drops. I mean, can't argue with that. It worked. Oh, that's hilarious. Damn. Okay, we want this on Raging Spirits. Easiest decision of our life. Because Arc's already 20%. I'm like, I bet if I had just saved all of my exalts, I could have probably bought some gear that was way better than my own with the exalts. Maybe I should just start saving them. Because I have good enough gear to farm them. And then I could buy something that's actually good. If I don't find anything that's actually good. Instead of fucking trying to spend all of my exalts trying to craft shit. And winding up with, you know, shit that I don't need, gets reworked. We are trying to play SSF until we get a wall. So I didn't want to do SSF in case I hit a wall. I'd be able to buy gear after farming. Ooh, Omen Crest Shield. Ooh, neat. Oops.
A relic from long ago.
It's like not great at all. Kind of really doesn't do anything. Oh, some fire res. Nice. Yeah, it just has raised shield. So unfortunate. The only unique we found that was good that we can use is... Oh! Well, I'm an idiot. Oops. So dumb that you lose the map, though. Like, it's like, fucking really? All my progress, all my shit. And that map was being so generous, too. And they just had to come out of nowhere and fucking kill me with an after-death effect. It's like, fucking really? It's like yesterday I was watching Asmund and he was talking about different games. Like, we were doing the Ubisoft thing and he was talking about, you know, like, different companies have, like, different things that are associated with them. For instance, like, Bethesda, if the game has bugs in it, it was probably made by Bethesda. If there's a bunch of microtransactions, it's probably a Ubisoft game. If, you know, and on and on and on. And he's like, if you die after you kill the boss, you know it's a GGG made it. Trying to get your game. And I thought that was great. And then I got an item drop on a boss. Or a rare. It wasn't even the boss. It was one of the rares of the map. I got an item, and I was like, ooh. I look at it, and then I die from an after effect of the boss, and I'm like, yep. Asmund W every time. Fucking hate on death effects. They're so bullshit. Cause I'm like, ooh, loot! Die! Wait, what? No, fuck that. That's bullshit. I just wanted to pick up the loot. Or you accidentally click on it while you're, like, you know, kiting, and your character just, like, starts running over there, and you're like, oh, fuck. And then you're dead. Then you're dead. Then the map gone. All your progress gone. Gone. Like, that is, like, one of the worst on Fed. Like, if you don't understand how that mechanic works, you're, like, fucked. Like, I still don't 100% understand it. I think I do, but every time I think I do, it comes up with something new about it. I'm like, oh, I didn't know it exploded before the mob died. Oh, I didn't know there was, like, a maximum round. I didn't know I was bad at this game until I realized I was bad at this game. I was bad at getting drops. That's what I am. Get out of here. Okay, there he is. There's the boy. He a dead boy now. No, don't kill me. Please don't kill me. I got way too much life in me for you to take it. I'm too young to die. My minions die for me. That's the idea, at least. Well, I can at least half AFK unless I want to go fast. Or I need help. Which even then, I fuck up the last hit every time anyways. I'm a fucking idiot. Well, that's how she goes. Once in a while we'll catch a break though. They do come. That's for sure. Few and far between, but enough to keep engaged. That's usually how it goes. I just wish, like, 'cause I found out you can, like, over spirit the life remnants. So it almost looked like I could just take the buff off whenever I wanted, if I don't want the extra health. 'Cause I almost fucking die every time because I'm just spamming. But I need this health. I'm not paying attention for the mana flares. Or my minions. Or where the rare is in the path. If there even is one. Ooh, chest. Boring. It's a boring chest. Yay, health. I need more mana though. That's one of my problems. I run out of mana so fast. Oh shit, I'm dead. Fuck! That's so annoying. I just have to play safe. I just have to play safe. Stop being an idiot. Play fucking safe. Play a fucking safe game. Don't goddamn die. Don't know why I have these. Or this. Fuck, this map is annoying. Stay in the back. The spiders come over the edge. That's what really fucks me. And then it's like there's twice as many mobs as I thought there was. Hey, Chase, how's it going, bro? Welcome to the stream. We are getting frustrated because we keep dying because we're not paying attention. It's one of the problems with getting distracted. Just something hits us and if we're not paying attention. Whose chat were you in? That's another reason why I just lurk. I just watch. I can't stand interacting with chat. Katzen. That's funny. Hey, at least it wasn't a full on hey, you got noticed, right? At least it wasn't a full on ban. The hell did you say? Yeah, when the spiders come out of the edge, I'm like, oh my god. And then I just keep casting, and then I'm like, oh my god, my health is gone. What am I supposed to do? And then I just run out of mana so fast that I'm spamming. So I just gotta sit back and be a little bit more chill with it. And then the slow on the spiders makes it so hard to maneuver. This map is pretty brutal. I rated a game of 6 that she was paid for. Isn't that called shilling? No, you're not allowed to disagree. It's like I was watching the China show today, or I was watching it today, the one that came out this week on Friday. It's basically a show that I watch. It's all about China. Two guys that used to live in China, and they report about it. And I should bring it up. Hold on, let me bring it up because it's fucking amazing. get out of danger's way. Let's see if we can hear China show. Where is it? No, it was after that. It was, yeah, okay, so they're talking about okay, where does it start? Where do they, okay, after, yeah, it starts with this.
Yes. But originally, before all
Okay,
this,
let's get rid of this.
info, this was going around the Chinese internet before it was getting pluck, pluck, pluck,
Yep.
and that's what made us pay attention to it. Like, why are they pulling all these videos?
Exactly. Now, this is a guy charging his EV. As
Okay.
you can see, all EVs these days have cameras built into it.
You mean spy cars?
Yeah, I mean, it does get a little worrying when you find out that China has been testing all of its EVs on roads in America. I think, what, they mapped millions of kilometers in
Wait, I
California
have
or something,
drops?
right? Stupid amount like that. But yeah,
I
they've
didn't
got
know I had
cameras,
drops.
And this guy's busy topping up his EV, which will take him like
How do I
2
check
hours or
that?
something.
Mm-hmm.
And I'd like you to pay attention to the very top one.
Yeah, watch right there, right there.
Take a look.
Boom.
Bam. Don't know if you saw. Don't worry.
I saw,
I did zoom.
It's like, what the
He's like,
fuck?
whoa, runs off. And then he's like, what'll I do?
They're getting threatened in the chat.
Boom, right there, right there. Did you hear what he said? He's like, they're threatening us in the chat because they're reporting about China. So people are coming into the chat because they do this live, and they're basically threatening them, being like, hey, we'll do this to you if you don't stop talking about this. And it's like complete fucking censorship, trying to censor them. And they're just going on
So
and on about it.
you.
And
Okay.
I never actually
So
looked to
he
see
unplugs his EV.
what was
He's gonna
in
go plug
the
it back in
chat.
there or whatever.
But I don't think I
And
can
he's
see
like,
the live
"Oh,
chat
what am I gonna
anymore.
do? I should probably get out of here.
But yeah, it was pretty funny because that happens all the time when they're reporting about like big things like this this drone crash. And the CCP is like, no man, you're not allowed to report about that because these guys are pretty freaking big. These guys would be arrested if they went back to China because of the shit that they report on and stuff like that. It's fucking crazy. But yeah, that's my Friday show, the China show. It's a good time. They know their shit. It gets fucked up. It's fucked up real bad. So I'm gonna fix this. Alright, there we go. Let's go. Are you shitting me? I really need to pay more attention. I'm gonna lose all my fucking maps. Oh my god. I hate this. Okay, we're not even using Arc. We're not using Arc. We're only using Arc on rares. Cause this is fucking bullshit. I just keep dying. I'm trying to watch anymore when I live in that world. I don't see much when I live. Yeah, it's understandable. It's just my thing as a writer is one of the best things to do as a writer if you want a fully fleshed out type of story and like relatability. Take real world events and manipulate them and then put them into your book. One of the greatest examples of this is, I don't know if it's in A Song of Ice and Fire or, but it's like, it's a really, really popular like fantasy novel this happens in. But basically, it was based on like a battle in like 200 BC or whatever, and basically what the an army was sieging a city or like a fortress, and what they did is they took a bunch of goats, strung them all together, put lights like lanterns on the strings, so it basically looked to the enemy army in the fortress that their army was moving in the night. So they sent like their cavalry and everything to basically charge down the army, and the guys assaulting the fortress knew that there was a cliff there, so they basically herded these sheep off a cliff and forced the like half of the enemy's army to run off of a cliff. And then the guy put it in the book. And it's like something like that that's so like real and in your face and tangible because it actually fucking happened in real life, so it's completely like plausible. Like same thing with like, you know, if you want to send like secret signals and stuff like that, and the whole I don't know exactly what it is, but you know, the British are invading. You know, if there's like if there's a lit lantern, they're coming from the east, or they're coming by sea, and if it's two lanterns, they're coming by land, whatever it was. Shit like that. So having those kind of signals and stuff like that to draw on as a writer is like very, very important. So keeping up with world events, and especially how politics work on an international level. Yeah, exactly, right? So it's like having that kind of structure to build off of really improves the quality of your writing. So I love keeping up with real world shit, because I don't give a fuck. I live in my own bubble. So I can think of anything going on outside of that bubble as just fiction. And then put that into either short stories or my book or any type of writing that I'm doing or any type of creativity that I'm doing. Which always leads to more fun. Because my mind is always going like a million miles an hour. Like even right now I'm trying to like to math out like basically the speech that the monarch does in the second chapter of the book, because it's got to be like it's an inauguration speech. His viceroy is stepping down. He's gaining a new viceroy, so it's kind of like a reassurance to the thing of like, oh, he's been shadowing the viceroy, and all the decisions that have been made over the last 5 years or so have all been actually his, because how the system works is when we feel he's trained and ready, we swap the shadows. So instead of him shadowing the viceroy shadows him, and he always refers back to the viceroy for any decision. But if you've spent a certain amount of time without making any fuck up decisions and everyone likes your decisions, then you can prove that you're ready. So the inauguration is more of a actual and they make this very publicly knowing every time there is an inauguration, that the decisions that have been made over the last 5 years that people have been impressed with haven't actually come from the current viceroy. They came from the upcoming viceroy. So the inauguration is more of just an official, okay, now you can officially call him your leader, but he's already been making decisions for you, and you've liked the way that he's handled the decisions. So it's kind of like having like a ghost government running in the background, but people know that there's a ghost government running in the background, at least in some sort of capacity, right? And then it's just like every time it's like thrown in your face in the inaugurations as part of the speech in order to allow the audience and like new people to fully understand and grasp it. Because politics isn't like something that's like very talked about because it causes a lot of strife. So there's a lot of negativity that goes towards like not even just necessarily talking negatively, just talking about it in general. It's more of a see, don't like talk about, It's the elephant in the room that as long as everyone's having a good time, no one really needs to worry about it, then you should be good to go. Something along those lines. But in a lot more professional and like meaningful way, because he's literally the leader of the fucking world, essentially. And then like knowing like different international politics and like by basically treating different species with different cultures. Like for instance, the octopi are basically white people because they're the leading class, of course, right? And then the bird people are kind of like Arabs, in the fact that like they have their own side of the world and culture and everything that's very expansive and everything, and they do hold a lot of power, but it's like it clashes and is non-local with the octopi. So it's like it's a clash of ideas, but not a clash of existence, essentially. So they don't have to force the rules on anyone else. And they're not like, I don't know how I'm going to do a religion of some kind. I think that's going to be more of a, I'm going to take like the Warhammer 40k, like Chaos Marine kind of way to go about it, and have them be like fanatical fucking zealots. And then you find out in like the second book that the reason why they're such fanatical zealots in this way, and they're all kind of exactly like this, is because they've all been infected by anima. And he's essentially, like, the bits of his consciousness are essentially controlling them with the one forced will of create more higher level expansive consciousness for me to eat when I consume your planet. And that causes them to basically fight for peace. So they do it in a very, like, Jehovah's Witness kind of way. But it's very off-putting to everyone else. Just the collective mentality, cult-like mentality of it, that, at least that's how I want to do it, but I don't know how well it's going to fit in. Because specifically for after, like, the first quarter of the book of the Battle of Garuda, when it's officially basically announced, make something with structure, quality, people like it more because it means something more. Exactly. Because it has, like, a meaning and depth behind it. It's not just a slam together of stuff. That's why it's like I like my short stories, because they have a very basic on the level of the short story, but it's kind of like the idea of Black Mirror, where it's like, you know, it's in the same universe, but none of the stories really coagulate. Like there'll be a couple of characters that reoccur, but not very often, and the timeline's all skewed and stuff. So it's like if you're detailed down to it enough, you can kind of piece together the timeline and see that everything actually follows a specific timeline of like 500 years from like post or pre-industrial revolution to industrial revolution to post-industrial revolution to like nuclear war to the basically end of the world and like post-apocalyptic insanity. But having so many avenues to pull from, and having like different, like using short stories for different techniques of writing and stuff like that, is a good way to build to the point where I am now, where I'm fully, I think at least now, chapter 1 is 95% complete. It just needs some editing and some grammatical errors and a couple of name fixes, but the entire idea and everything about it is completely solid and down. So I gotta get on chapter 2 now, because we have we've set in stone the events of what happened. We just have to actually write everything out and figure it all out and put it down on paper. And I can't tell though if chapter 1 is just extremely fucking long, and it's gonna get longer because I have to add more details to certain things when I figure out like how I'm going to describe each race individually with their own specific, like, how they talk and how they act. Oh, I'm getting the fuck out of here. I'm out of mana. I'm like, why do I have no mana? Get out of here. Leave me alone. Oh my god. Leave me alone, motherfucker. think of those stories whenever, because I think about those stories they read that not actually canon with both. Yeah, exactly, right? And think about, like, how many books have you read, or TV shows or movies have you watched that, like, you have a specific, like, memory of, and then you go back and watch it and you're like, wait, I don't remember this at all, and it kind of, like, changes your perspective on the movie over time, and it's like just a basic, like, your position now worldview, and like the ideals that you hold to the different notions that you take off of the show can, like, change the trajectory of how you view it. So it's like going back and rewatching, like, really good movies like Django Unchained, or I mean, any Quentin Tarantino movie, or, like, you know, I don't know who directed it, but, you know, like Shutter Island. Ooh, 14 Spirit! 14 Spirit! Oh, come on, I have no Exalt. I have one Exalted. We can do this, boys. I believe in it. I believe in it. I believe in it. Fuck! I see scenes from movies that I don't remember. Yeah, it's it's one of those, changes the whole movie. Exactly. It's like like forgetting entire characters and stuff. Like I haven't watched fuck, what is it? I can never remember the order. Crouching Tiger, Hidden Dragon in like 15 or 16 years. And I went back and watched it, and I totally forgot about the fucking the chick main character who's like the apprentice of the Jade Fox, who killed fuck, I can never remember his name. I know it starts with like a B, but the main character's master. And it's like, wait, how did I not remember this character? This character is like the whole point of the movie is him. Oh, I love that shit. Because it's like, it's such a teaching moment of transition of him being like, this person killed my master, and then you're the apprentice of that master, but you've so far surpassed them that, like, literally men are not allowed to be this, or women are not allowed to be this, but you're the exception because you've already trained and basically proved that you can be. It's a really deep story, but you really have to, like, get into it. I love Chinese, like, folklore and stuff like that. Like, Dynasty Warriors lore and shit like that. Like, Romance of the Three Kingdoms. Like, all that shit was so... I love that shit, because it's such a clash of just ideals. Same with, like, Journey to the West. It's the one I've never actually read in full, which I really should, but it's really long. Okay, we're gonna keep this because it could be really good. If we can get plus minion skills, oof, so good, because it's 14 spirit. We still need a little bit more, but we need to replace this piece before, and we can use that as like the backup for it if it doesn't work out, which would be good. I still need to do the forging and like I just don't care enough about that. I'll do that when I'm actually farming for like the other my other classes, because I'm gonna get a monk build, because I got monk to 13. I really like it, but it's more active. And it uses power charges, which is kind of annoying. And it uses RNG, and I hate RNG, because it's like a 35% chance you don't use a charge, and then your attack is like OP as fuck. And then if you don't have any charges, it's balls. So it's like this really big up and down, whereas this is just like, I press button, they die. 69. We need more resistances. But at this point, it's like, we're just using the minions as a minion wall, so we don't even need to worry. I think I know why I picked all this up, but I'm not actually using all of my stuff. Okay, that could be good. These are just shit. I don't care about that. But this we can just throw in here, because we might need attributes at some point in time. Okay, we didn't go to the well. We needed to go to the well. That's the whole reason we went back to town, was go to the well. Because we don't have any mana. I hate the well. You should just automatically get your shit back when you go into town. As long as maybe in your hideout, but then again, I guess you could just... Wait, okay. It's bugged or something, but there is a way to get into your hideout. I need to go to my hideout, because I'm hoping it keeps my hideout from PoE 1, because, fuck man, I spent like 8 hours designing my hideout. My hideout is fucking peak, bro. Oh god, he's gonna explode. I'm gonna see. I don't know if I should do it mid-map. When I finish this map, your highest I've seen other than maybe Asthma, I didn't get to see the level. We're almost 70. We'll get there. Yeah. Even Quinn was only 75. He's the highest I've seen. But he might be dead now. I don't know. I was watching him on my lunch break. But... because Asmund didn't stream today. Because he's probably doing the podcast. Because they've released a thing. I don't know if it was... I haven't watched... Wait, did they release one on Friday? I didn't look. Hold on. Let me see if... Because that's what I actually should have watched, was Steak and Eggs. Yeah, they replaced Tectone with Lucaria. Or... Lucario? I don't know. Black version of Tectone. Lucari? Is it just Lucari? Because I'm thinking of the Pokemon. But, yeah, I think it's just Lucari. I've never watched him. I've only heard about him. I need to stop using Arc, though. And just, like, AFK. That's why I want to play a different class, because this one's just, like... Blood Mage is not the greatest if you're like just AFK spamming skills, because next thing you know you're just dead. Lucari, yeah. Here, I'll bring up... Before I fucking die. Jesus. Oh, I'm running into more mobs because I'm an idiot. Okay, I'm gonna stand up here. This guy. The black guy. Damn him. That's the guy. Cause yeah, tech man, streamers are getting fucked lately. Tectone's ex-girlfriend is like causing him of like fucking rape and shit like that, so they kind of... He's stepped back from OTK and like Steak and Eggs and shit like that until he's literally fucking suing her for defamation and shit, but that's gonna take like months and shit, and it's like one of those things that, you know, you're accused of that shit, it's like it just never really goes away. It's really, really fucking unfortunate. It's like... Yup, that's why I'm glad I don't talk to anyone and I don't do anything. No one can accuse me of shit. Everyone knows I don't do anything. Good thing I was sitting at home being a writer. Can't do no wrong. Oh god, I'm gonna fucking die! These things are beast. Another Exalted Orb. Let's go. We got these tier 2 Greaves. Alright. I just need a tier 2 map. That might help. Oh, and I hate, like, casting when I'm trying to click on, like, an item or a chest or something like that. It does get really annoying. But this is probably the worst map I've done. It's worse than the map I died, like, 6 times last night on. Because these guys jump. When there's enemies that jump, they can just, like, 8 of them can just, like, jump on your dick and fuck you. And it's like, okay, I'm dead. Fuck. Like I said earlier, the only thing that at this point will make me quit is losing maps. Because like in PoE 1, the same shit happens, but I have 6 attempts. So it's like at least I have 6 attempts to try and kill the boss. Because I can always clear maps. I was just never a boss killer. I never had a boss killer build. Because I always played SSF, and I always found shit gear. And only one of my characters ever got a Tabula Rasa. But I got a Tabula Rasa at level 12. So I had like 6 links, like the entirety of the playthrough of the character, which was fucking amazing. Only time I've ever had a 6-link, because I can't get 6 links for the goddamn life of me. Sometime I want to bring up the clip of me doing, I have an entire inventory. So imagine, so that's 20 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So that's 20 times 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. 5 times 12 is 60. 20 times 60. Why am I blanking on this? 1,200. 1,200 fuses. And I never got a 6-link. And I recorded it. In old PoE, like an armor piece, for instance, you'd have 6 sockets in it. And you'd have to have links between the sockets, so when you insert your gems like this, they have more links. So instead of, oh god, having links now, you just use gems to increase the amount of support gems you can put on it. Hell yeah, dude. Diablo's actually really fucking hard. Like, I went back and I played it on, I played the, Inferno mod. Like, oh my god, it was so insane. Played as a necromancer and you use, like, your health to summon golems and shit. It was really fucking cool. But it was hard as fuck. This game is more of just, like, I mean, they have the in-game trading now, so I don't have to go to, like, PoE trade and have to worry about that. So that's why, again, I decided not to go SSF, just in case I hit a wall on this character. I could at least buy some stuff, because, like, the biggest problem I always have is finding synchronative gear. But in this, the only gear I really need is +1, or plus to skills, so +4 to skills. So ideally +4 to skills, +4 to skills. But if what we experienced earlier, when we had +21, and it was only showing 20, means you can't get past 20. It means once you get to the higher levels, getting the plus skill gem, plus skills on your stuff, actually doesn't matter at all, because it doesn't do anything. It doesn't upgrade your skills. So replacing that with, like, actual damage is where that like, having items that just have, like, increased spell damage, increased lightning damage, increased fire damage, like, anything like that. Oh, fuck, I almost died. That was so close. Holy shit. I'm goddamn distracted so easily! That's kind of why I like the minion build. Because I can do this when I hit, like, a certain point. I should be able to get him down. Couple of hits. Oh no! I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have fucking done it. I'm a fucking idiot. I shouldn't have done it. I shouldn't have fucking done it. That's unfortunate. That was the last mob before completing the map. All I had to do was kill that guy. I'm such an idiot. Oh my god. Well, that's how she goes. You'll win some, you'll lose some. In my case, you'll lose them all. Yes. Solo self-found and hardcore solo self-found. I never play hardcore because I just don't... Yeah. I don't pay attention enough. I just die. Woo! That's really, 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 really good for a, Yeah, Quinn always plays hardcore. Quinn... That's why I actually watch Quinn. Because he plays hardcore. And he plays solo self-found. So it gives me, like, an idea of how things work. That's a really good fire one. Actually, I'm gonna put this on Mage. It's a really good fire one. That's good. Chaos res. I need chaos res. Okay, all this is shit.
Hello.
But it does suck. Like, it does suck when he dies. Like, it's kind of funny watching all the compilations and everything, especially like if you've seen like his transition that I was talking about earlier from from haired man to bald shirtless. Yeah, see, that's why it's like it's U. No, it's K. No, it's M. Wait, is it K? Oh, it's K. Yeah, I spent some fucking money on this game. So yeah, I was already invited to the beta. I've been invited to this beta for a long time. And then I actually figured out how to I had to relink my Twitch account, but I actually managed to get a portal. So I've like microtransactions that are actually in the game that I can actually fucking use. If I no, I would have definitely paid the $40 to get into the beta if I had to. Yeah, I definitely would have. No question there. I fucking love PoE. I've been playing the original since beta. Like, oh man.
Here is what we have.
Yeah, well, I usually only stream for about 3 hours, and then I throw on Twitch on my second monitor, and I literally, like I said, I just go like this. I'm just like, hands out, like outstretched, basically like this, like one over, way over here, one up over here, and I'm just like, and then I have this is my mouse pad. So I have to lay my hand on Austin's boobs. My friend got me that for my birthday. The stool is right here. A good old Walmart stool. Bring it up there. Ah, my water bottle. Man down. Yeah, and then I just plop that shit and then my water bottle in there. And we're fucking good to go. Improvisation is the key. And I finally managed to set this up so I know exactly where it should be. As long as the crescent moon on the poster is showing, I know the camera's in the right spot. Unfortunately, I'm sometimes not in the right spot. Alright, so we need another map. Alright, here's the last one. Let's try and fucking do another map. Because it's like, I always die at least once. It's like dying 6 times, that's a bit much. Fuck! Fuck, I'm an idiot. I was supposed to do this. No. The player has no hideout in this league. What do you mean I don't have a hideout in this league? How do I not have a hideout? Okay, well, I guess I can't go to my hideout. Yeah, we have portals. Oh yeah, and then I have the wings. I forgot about these spider wings.
Are you smoking?
Who?
You.
Is
Why are you smoking?
Raven?
Maybe.
What?
Is old Ravenswood?
Ravenswood is now following. Less than greater than, greater than less than greater than less than greater than dancing Kirby.
Hell yeah, brother, welcome, welcome. If you watch Venture Brothers, you will get the meme. Which means we need to take a tote. I gotta grind some more. So we're gonna hopefully not die. Hopefully not die to this fucking map. Come on. Kill them. Kill them. Oh no! I'm done. I'm not doing this map anymore. I have decided. Yes, I stream daily as Old Ravenswood. As much as I can. Usually I take one day off a week, which is usually on my weekend, and then I just sleep in, and then, yeah, but pretty much every day. I try for every day. We keep it going. We go hard. Normally we do, I'm gonna call you out right now and say if you say anything about being a graphics designer or anything about, you know, that kind of shit, you can fuck right off. Other than that, how's it going? Because that's like the bot speak there. Oh, where are you from? Okay, yeah, no, I know you're a bot now. Okay, bye. That's how it goes. We need another map. Fuck! This is bullshit. I'm so bad at this game. Why can't I just let my fucking build carry me? Just AFK. Let the build. Let's go to the Oasis. Fuck that map. We're not playing that map. That's some bullshit. It's just, like, I'm getting trapped in corners. Yeah, he left. Good riddance, bro. Good riddance. That's one thing that's, like, really annoying. I mean, thanks for the follow. I appreciate it. But, like, 90% of my followers are either bots or... Oh, you spilt water on yourself. That's never fun. I have had some bad experiences with some bad tokes. I'm taking a drink after. And, let's just say there are some, like, Coke stains. I think it's Coke. Either that or Pepsi. Stains on, like, the attic part of the roof. I mean, like, and, like, literally spitting out my fucking thing. Maybe it was Rockstar. It could have been, like, the... which one was it? I don't know, one of the limited edition, like, color ones. Probably one of the mango ones or something like that. When you think you can handle it, and you just fucking can't. That's half of my life, bro. That's half of my life. Scusi. Alright, 3, 2, 1, go! Alright. Okay, new map. New map, new mobs, new order, new everything. None of this bullshit. Fuck that Abyss map. It is truly the Abyss. I love open maps like this because I can just kite backwards. Okay, just last hit. Just, that's all you need to do. Last hit, get your health back, watch for the mana flares, and just keep your health high. Are we losing XP when we die? I don't think so, because I've died a shit ton, and I think I'm still that close to level. But once we hit 70, I think we start losing XP. So, we might be fucked, because that's generally what happens in PoE 1, is I get to a certain point where I just keep dying, and then I just can't level. And then since I can't level, I need to rely on gear. Since I'm SSF, I have to find that gear, or craft that gear. And it just becomes this arduous, ridiculous thing that after like 2 weeks of playing a league, I'm just kind of done. Whereas with this, I'm like, when this character hits a wall, I'm making it like, I'm gonna farm mid to like low level gear for my other classes, like my monk, and then have them OP as they progress, and then just speed progress the maps. And then when they hit a wall, do the same thing. And then, because I definitely want to play the Marauder because I want to try the new crossbow mechanics. And on the leaderboards, 30% or more Like, out of the top 1,000 leaderboards, 340 of them are Deadeye, which is the ascendancy for the Ranger class. Because everyone knows Rangers are just really, really good. Because the one problem that Mages have that really holds them back is elemental damage. Because you have, you're like, other than being like using a bone spells and like physical spells, most of the time you're using elemental and you don't have any way of using physical. So it's like, unless, like, for instance, I spec my build specifically to have fire and lightning, so I have arc plus the storm minions, and then I have firewall and summon raging spirits, and then I have conductivity and flammability for my curses. So if something is fire resistant, I can lightning it. If it is lightning resistant, I can fire it. But usually you have like extra added elemental damage on an melee build or a ranger build, for instance. So you have the aspect of having the physical damage, possibly chaos damage or bleeding damage or poison damage, and you're ranged, and you have added elemental damage on top of that. So you can either do like freezing shots or poison shots or something of that nature. And just like, I remember the last Deadeye I played was like, I don't remember what the skill was, but it was like a build-up skill where you had to like slowly ramp up, and then once you had like enough charges and shit, you were like literally it took like 3 seconds to like run from one side of the screen to the other kind of thing. Like, you moved so fucking fast. Do drops accent when you are building? It seems what Diablo does. Oh, no. Everything is completely random. There's no like you can get any type of item, so none of the loot is stuck to your class, which makes it so you can find loot for other classes. I don't like how Diablo has that, because I use like the first character I get to farm for other characters, but if you can't get their specific type of loot, like if you're looking for a set item for a barbarian and you're playing a necromancer and you just literally can't drop a barbarian set item, then you have to level a barbarian to farm the gear when you only wanted to play the barbarian because of the set. So that was my qualm with Diablo. But I do understand, as an SSF player, that yes, it is fucking hard to find shit that you need. But this is like a player-made problem in the fact of you don't need to have the best of the best of the best. You just need to have at least 2 modifiers on every piece of item. That's what you need. So for instance, +3 to all skill spells, 49% increased lightning damage, 92 maximum health, 27% cold res, 1 to all minion skills, and literally nothing else. 1 to minion skills and literally fire resistance, 9% mana regeneration, cold resistance. This one's good. Lightning and fire damage as well. That's really good. This one's innate cast, maximum life, cold res, spirit, and all minions. Fire, cold res, maximum life, movement speed. That's a good 4-piece. Fire, lightning, and cold, max health. That's a good 4-piece, and that's just a straight unique. But like 36 to mana, that's shit. 13% damage, extra cold damage, that's shit. Increased armor and evasion, accuracy rating, don't even use that. Life regeneration, who the fuck cares? Who the fuck cares about light radius? Like, I'm not using strength. Yeah, minions max health, but I don't really care. Minions have accuracy rating, sure, that's good. But yeah, so it's like, there's so many things that I'm like, oh, this item is shit because it only has this on it. It's like, even trying to replace, like, what I was trying to do with that shield that I have, when I was trying to get, because it gives me, like, a shit ton of damage, but, I'm gonna lose my minions if I do this, but if I switch to my other set, I have this. Increased lightning damage, +2 to all spell skills. 15% increased cast speed. It's, like, so good. But it's pretty useless because it's just not enough. I lose all my spirit. because this gives 134 spirit. That's 4 of my minions. So I basically use my minions to get like a little bit extra damage. So like when you're trading off stuff, it is so annoying to actually try and like build stuff when you're playing solo self-bound. And like I said, the only reason I really do solo self-bound is because I otherwise spend like 6 hours on PoE trade and I don't actually play the game. But this way, at least I play the game. Okay, we got jumpy boys. We gotta care about these jumpy boys. Those vultures can fucking kill us. And then poof, goodbye map. Goodbye progress. It's like, this is another thing, is the maps are so big, it takes so long to go through a map that it hurts so bad when you die. And it's like, once you get to maps, it's like you literally might as well be playing a fucking hardcore character. Which I'm just not a fan of that direction. It is just, if they actually keep that, that will be something that makes it so I don't play the game. Because I will just get frustrated. That's why I'm so glad they don't have like loss of XP on death. It's just so annoying. It's just one of those things that's in the game just to like gatekeep. It's like, you don't need stuff to gatekeep. The game is like tier 10 plus maps is where the gatekeeping is. If your build isn't good enough, you cannot do those maps. Like if you're like only slightly above average mediocre, like you're not going to be able to do Ubers unless you're like amazing at the game. So that's gatekeeping enough. We don't need gatekeeping at like such a low level. Especially in that kind of aspect.
Are you smoking?
Oh,
You.
why?
What? Why are you smoking?
Maybe.
What?
Maybe.
Aria_Carter_22 is now following. Less than greater than less than greater than less than less than greater than dancing Kirby.
Hey, Aria Carter 22. Thank you for the follow. Welcome to the stream. I am good. How are you? How's the middle of the night? At least for me, it's the middle of the night. Treating you. You aren't really a gamer if you play with others. That's the other thing. Is that like I used to do groups, but I'd just get carried and then I wouldn't be able to play the game. And I'd be like, well, this is fucking boring. Like I don't want to. I'm like level 92. I don't want to go back to like level 47 areas because I don't have the gear. Like fuck that. That's why I was really glad like the scaling damage on plus skills for leveling up your gems is so high and it's so like important that you really don't have to worry about anything else. Well, get your gem to level 20, get plus 3s, plus 4s, and then you're literally fine. Like it's literally like the only actual damage I have is that 49% increased lightning damage and then criticals. Like nothing else I have is other than increased skills gives me damage. And yet I can completely destroy these mobs. I just get stupid cocky and die to stupid things that jump on me or like ranged effects or shit like that. Because I'm dumb. Or I get bleeding damage and I just die. Or I just run out of mana. Or I just keep casting and I run out of health. Because Blood Mage is brutal. I stream daily. Yes, I do. See? Hey, Chase, you're gonna watch it happen again. This is next thing he's gonna ask me where I'm from. Watch. Watch. I'm a fucking wizard. I know this shit like the back of my hand because it happens. It happens every stream. That's how I get all my followers. And then the next thing you know, they're gone because their accounts got banned. It happens a lot more often on Kick. I'm surprised it's actually happening on Twitch today. That's kind of funny. I just got lurkers chilling on Kick. They never say anything. They just lurk. They just see a pretty picture and they're like, ooh! And then they get here and they're like, wait, what the fuck? And I'm just like, oh, baited, bitch! What you get? Now stick around and have some fun. Watch some Poe. Watch me die and rage. And fall to the ground, and then my spider leg wings come off and explode. That'd be hilarious if like there was an on-death animation that went with the wings that when you died, it's like your body would explode and become like the body of the spider, and then the legs just like walk around randomly. That would be fucking amazing. I would pay like $30 for that. I would fucking pay $30 for that. That would be such a fucking cool thing. Then I'd actually want to die. Be like, hey guys, check this out, and then die. And just like, I'm a spider now. Fuck, that'd be so cool. It'd be like literally absolutely useless, but so is every cosmetic in the game. Only reason I bought anything is because I actually legitimately feel like the money that I spend goes into the game. And I've literally been playing since the beginning, so I know how it's changed so dramatically from what it used to be in like 2012 to what it is now. And like having this experience with PoE 2, it's just like so nostalgic of like the first time ever going through the labyrinth and it being so unbelievably laggy that if there was like the lava tiles that go up and down, you were pretty much fucked if you couldn't see the other side. And you had to like bait out the mobs, and then when it'd come up, you'd basically have to like click and hope that your character ran over there while everything fucking lagged out. And then you'd either be dead and you'd lose the ascendancy trial, or you would have made it and you could go to the next one. And then finally getting to Azaro, and he just fucking one-taps you, and you're just like, okay, well, there's 45 minutes of my time wasted. I'm done with this game. Fuck this. Fuck ascendancies. So I always wait till I'm like level 60 before I ascend, unless I have like really good gear. Or like when I got my Tabula Rasa, and I was like rocking a 6 link, and I was like, fuck yeah. And the greatest part about it is this is the first time I ever played a melee, and then I got a 6 link, and then I was addicted to playing melees, and then I never had a build that was even close to that because of it. I could barely get past like tier 12s. Generally, I get stuck between tier 12 and tier 16. Like if I have some like really good stuff, I can get up to tier 16, but fucking goddamn Elder and Shaper are fucking insane fights, and I can't remember. They've added what the Maven, and there's like 3 other ones that they've added plus Ubers, and it's been like since like 2018 since I played like hardcore. Like I played Diablo 3 like super hard for Reaper of Souls, and then I was straight back into PoE, and then it died off, and then I played Monster Hunter World, and then I only played World because I'd originally played I've played the original Monster Hunter on PS2, Monster Hunter Tri on the Wii. My friend had 4U on her DS, and then I got a 3DS and I played Generations, and then World came out, and then I literally bought my first actual PC with a 1080 in it in like 2018, 2019 for playing World. And then we rocked World for like the fuck. I wonder if I could bring it up. I don't know if it'll show my overall everything or just what I've played on this. Yeah. 1,462 hours of gameplay. And then 606 hours in Rise. And like nothing else like comes close. Even PoE, I didn't really play on Steam because I had a graphics issue where it wouldn't recognize my graphics card for this monitor for my TV. So I'm just playing on the launcher now because it's just way better, honestly. It just works. So that's what we do. That's how we roll. That's what we do. And then for like seeing the different changes and stuff like that over the evolution of the game, and like adding in all the leagues and everything like that. Like I never used to be a league player because I was like, oh, I hate progression resets. And then I literally would just spend all day on PoE trade looking for items, and then I get a build and I'd be like, you know what, I really like this. And then I go do another one, and I'm like, I am fucking wasting my life. I'm gonna actually play the game. And just, like, get over myself with the being stuck at a certain tier. It's like, fuck it, go back 2 tiers, get a shit ton of magic find, and just, like, farm shit. It's like, the amount of drops and shit that you can get when you have, like, really good magic find is, like, insane. Especially if you're, like, juicing, like, tier 4 maps. You're getting, like, an Exalt every 5 maps. Which is, like, insane. Because the Exalts, like, the drops on this in PoE 2 are insane. In my entire career of PoE 1, I've never seen as many Exalts as I've seen in, like, the 100 hours? Maybe 80 to 100 hours I've put into PoE 2? This has been out for this... What's the date? 16. Yeah, it's been out for 10 days, 10 hours. That's about 100. Yeah, I've probably put 100 hours into the game. I could easily see that. I just fucking play non-stop because I fucking love this game. Oh, every time I'm like, oh man, something pisses me off about it, about like losing the map. I'm gonna be pissed later because like I started with, when I started maps, I had 3 full rows in my stash. So like all of this was tier 1 maps. I've completed 6 maps and I've used 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 24, 25 maps. Plus the maps that I found inside. I've probably used 40 maps and I've completed 6. Now what's 40 divided by 6? Like 6.2, 6.3. So that means if I had all 6 portals for all the deaths, I would have only lost 1 map. But because I lose every map on death, it is so punishing. And I've only ever found 1 tier 2. So like what happens... I've seen 3 different levels and I've seen you pick some stuff up. Yeah. Just doing Abyss was not fun. That was not a good map for me. I need to, like, when I'm done the stream, then I'm going to go back and do that while I'm making food. Because I can just, like, AFK it. And I won't be running through it because I'll be consistently running back and forth. Ooh, spell damage bonus for crits. Increase spirit to the level of all minions. It could have been so good. Attack speed, elemental resistances. Do you know anyone with light radius? Like, what do you mean by that? Like, purposefully using light radius? I wish light radius was pickup radius. It might actually be worth something because of the balls. No, it's fucking useless. It's a dead stat. They should actually just like straight up remove it, and you should gain light radius as you level up. That's what I think. I think they should remove it as a stat and or change it to like light radius and pickup radius. Like, the problem with it in Diablo is like they purposefully downed your vision like a kind of fog of war to make light radius viable. And I'm like, yeah, sure, but why not just remove it? Like, that's my thing. Like, this is like from my perspective as a writer. There are things that I want to put in the book, but I can't because they don't work. They sound really cool, and like they'd be awesome and they fit with a lot of stuff, but then there's just one thing that completely bricks it. And it's like, alright, I'm not glued to the idea. I can put it in a short story and something else. It's just, I can put it in a book later after I write this book, if I write another book. Like, there's so much I can do with that idea. I don't need to contort and twist my plot line around just to make it fit this really cool idea. And, like, that's something I really struggled with figuring out how, like, TP building into weapon skills, into skill chains, into magic bursts was gonna be a viable way to do a ramping aspect of damage. And the way that I figured it out is that basically magic is from consciousness. The soulscape is the consciousness, like, embodied, essentially. It's like a holographic dimension of Gaia's mind. And that's where, essentially, magic comes from. And when you unleash magic, it tries to go back to the soulscape. So when you imbue weapons with magic, or anything that's, like, physical with actual magic, you can create rifts in the aether between the real world and the soulscape. And if you use opposing clashing elements, such as earth to open a rift, and then, or to create a fissure, sorry, then you use lightning with a physical object on the rift, or the fissure, it opens into a rift. And now there's, like, an opening in, like, dimensions between the soulscape and the real world. And that absorbs the magic. And then when the opening type of magic, which was earth, is used on the rift, it implodes the rift and closes it. And that essentially causes, like, an ethereal extra damage to occur to whatever you're casting the magic on. So you have a sword, and you infuse the sword, and then you swing the sword, whatever part of the area that you've swung, that you've infused in that, like, mild amount of time that you can infuse it, because even the masters can only infuse for, like, 2.5 to 3 seconds. So you get, like, an arc, and then that's how you can do, like, multiple AoEs, or, like, AoEs if you're in, like, a phalanx order with, like, spears. So it's like in the fight of Garuda, they're going to be basically throwing spears to create fissures and open rifts in order for the mages to unleash implosions. And I don't know, just in my mind, this whole, like, lineup of, like, basically ranged Amazons throwing spears with, like, black mages behind them fucking casting spells and blasting everything apart. But whether that's, like, how it actually is in the end, like, that's my loophole in order to use it, but at the end of the day, I don't know if it's going to be necessarily something that we will be able to keep. But it is something I really look forward to expanding the ideas over and seeing if it's actually worth considering, because I love that in, like, Final Fantasy XI as my favorite MMO, that concept of, like, weapon skill chain, magic burst, into, like, having way more mages than you do melee. Is that better than mine? No, that's not bad. Wait. No, mine's 79%.
Only take what is
But
here.
what map should we do next is the question. So we got this guy. Throw this on there. Monsters have increased ailment threshold and stun threshold. I don't think I really care. And there's no drops on here, right? Okay, yeah, no, we're completely done here. That'll do. Map device. What are we doing next? I mean, this one's technically two, so steaming. And I wish it, like, brought the menu back up. It's kind of annoying that, like, wherever the map item is, that's where it is. So if, like, you move around the screen, it's kind of, like, stuck, like, wherever it is. And if you have, like, the UI over it, like, if you have this, it kind of gets stuck. So you kind of, like, open the UI in order to, like... Okay, well, it doesn't actually do it on that side. It only does it if you open your inventory. So you kind of have to keep it on this side. I wish it would just kind of, like, it would just center anyways, even though, like, that's where you were. Because yesterday I couldn't find it because it was down in the corner. And I was like, what the fuck is going on? Like, why can't I open this map? Am I banned from maps? Fuck. I had a little freak out, actually, when I was, like, trying to set up the stream. That's why I was late, actually, starting. Because they changed the UI in Kick. So I went to my channel to change the title, and I'm like, wait, what the fuck? Like, there's no button. There's no button for my title. And then I'm sitting there and I'm like, did I get banned? Like, what the fuck? It doesn't even have the go live thing. And I'm like freaking out that I got like banned on Kick or something like that. And I'm like, wait, what the fuck is this? But they just changed the UI and I have no idea how. I literally had to Google how the fuck to change my title. Because it's just, it is not intuitive in any way or sense. And it's kind of funny because they made it look more like Twitch. Just the whole UI, which I'm not the biggest fan of the Twitch UI. I actually like the Kick UI because it doesn't have icons. It tells you what the fuck the things are, so you don't have to scroll over them and then memorize what the UI is, and then when they change the UI, you don't know where anything is, or it just auto-custom sizes the UI for you, and you're like, for fuck's sakes, fuck off, I just want a standard, generic fucking UI that doesn't have any of this goddamn bullshit on it. That's all I want. Yeah, back when it was Justin TV. Me and my friends, because I did film in school, and I really regret this, that I didn't, like, they told me to, but I didn't really have a computer. Like, I had a really shitty laptop that didn't, and I didn't have internet connection at home. So it was just like, well, you know, and they're like, you need to create like a YouTube channel because we made movies. I've literally won awards, but I didn't have like the means to create my own YouTube channel back in the day, and I don't have contact with any of those guys anymore, and I don't remember any of their YouTube channels. So like all the films, like short films and stuff like that I did, and like all the projects that I did for like for instance, there's like leadership conferences, like the student leadership conference. We literally like got paid to film the conferences and shit that were held at the school, and we turned it into like a documentary. And it's like all these guys have them on their YouTubes, but I can't remember what their fucking YouTubes are, and I don't know how to get a hold of any of them. And there's like just all this content that I have from like way back in the day that I just don't have any access to, and it really pisses me off. Because I still have my old camera, which has a lot of stuff on it, but I don't have anything to read the card for it. Because they're literally, I have one. Here, I'll show you. If you know anything, you'll know what this is. Aha! I swear these are gonna be worth something someday. Fujifilm mini DV tapes for my mini DV camera. I have these like lying around in a box and I don't have anything that can read them other than the camera, and the camera's meant to be hooked up to like literally an ancient system that doesn't exist anymore. So it's like I have like some of the content there, but and then I have these old unopened packages, relics of the past that, you know, maybe one day they might be worth something. You never know. In 50 years, give them to like, you know, my great grandniece and my great grandnephew. Maybe I'll have kids. If anyone could ever put up with me, but you never fucking know. But yeah, recording time 60 minutes. When 60 minutes of a tape was all you had, and you had to get those cuts because you had 6 tapes, and if you couldn't get all of your shots done on those 6 tapes, you were fucked. Because that was like another $60 you had to like beg your parents to go buy DV tapes for you. Like, the shit was insane back in the day. I wish I could find my freaking photo album. But since we moved and my mom put all that stuff away, I haven't been able to find it. Because it's all like in her office. Or some of it might even actually be in the basement. In her old office. I don't even know. But yeah. Fucking ancient relics of the past. And all the shit I used to do back in the day. That I regret. And that's kind of why I'm like, I hold on to like pretty much everything. That's probably why I'm a hoarder towards stuff. Like media content. I'm like, I don't care if it's shit content. It's like, I'll just keep it around because you never know. You could turn it into like a compilation or something like that. Like I used to do TikToks, but my account got banned. Okay, well, I'm pretty sure I know why it got banned. I did a really edgy TikTok where it was called when you forget to clean your room during an interview, and there was a sex toy in the background, and it was like a minute of me pretending to be in like a work call for an interview, and there's just this, you know, dildo just sitting in the background, just chilling there. And then my girlfriend walks in halfway, like at the end, she's like, oh shit, and like walks over and grabs it, and I look back and I'm like, oh fuck, and I turn back at the camera, and then the TikTok ends. And then there was one that was like, so it like shows a bunch of tissues on the ground, and then it shows like over the back of a guy, and he's kind of going like this. And then it's like, it shows like the girl walking in the room, she's like, what the fuck? And then he looks up and he's got tears in his eyes, and he's like, I found a new anime! And he's crying, and he's got like tissues in his hand and shit. It was fucking awesome. That was probably one of the best ones I did. But yeah, I'm pretty sure those two, because of like the sexual content and like indications, is probably the reason why my account got banned. Fucking so goddamn unfortunate. And I wonder if I have it on this PC. Now I have a really cool one where I'm basically showing off the idea of how my character in my book is gonna be. Cause he's ambidextrous. Actually, no, fuck. It's on my YouTube, but it's on the other PC. I'm pretty sure. Hold on, let me see if I can bring this up. Because this shit is fire. And it explains how the main character is gonna be in the book and why he's so good at what he does. I heard it's a thing on TikTok not to do certain stuff. I'm not sure I understand. I never follow trends or anything like that. That's probably one of the reasons why I'm like not successful. Even though that's like not what I'm trying to do. Like the whole point of starting to stream was to create vlogs for writing. So I could go back and see previous versions and the ideas of what I had in the past and compare it to how it is now. Because I think about the origins of... I wonder if I could get on here. I really don't think I can. Oh, that's not the right keyboard. 1 second. I have like all of my old stuff. Am I gonna die? I'm gonna die. I'm dead. Shit! Where'd they come from? Fuck! Well, that sucks. Just gotta feel good about being like everyone else. Ah. Well. I've always been told I'm a unique person, so... Damn it, I'm doing it again. Wrong keyboard. I have no idea. Oh. Pretty sure... Remember how earlier I was talking about that email trail? Well, I might have to follow one of those email trails right now. But it doesn't look... it looks like it's only a 3-step. Not like a 6-step. Because, like, the stark, insane difference between what I started with and what I have now is, like, friggin' insane. It's actually insane how everything just completely changed and flipped on its head. Okay. The fuck? Okay, there we go. I think I got it. Okay. Step 1. Reset the password. What the fuck is this? Come on. Oh. Man, this is really annoying. Email trails makes me want to play. F14. Yeah, man. I mean, I still never played Walker, let alone Dawnbringer. But Rob's always talking about it, my brother, because like I said, he's been playing since the fucking beginning, man. There was actually an event where it was like the first person to log into the server, and you get like 1 million like endgame currency, and he won, and he was the first person on his server to have a Fenrir mount. I've used that password before. Don't use that password again. You might want to use a new password. That's an old password. You might want to use a new password, because that's an old Fuck you! I'm not going to remember this. God damn it. I can't even get them to match up. That's how much I can't... Wait, I've used this one before? What the fuck? Okay, we're going the complete fucking other spectrum. And I'm never, ever going to remember this. And this is going to be another reason why I'm never going to be able to get into this email again. It's literally been like 18 or 19 years since I've been in this email. Oh my god. Apparently that wasn't even the right one. Something happened down the line, and I just changed the email for the wrong one. How is that possible? Fuck if I know. Trust me, it's worth it. It's worth it. Because this shit is stark difference. Oh my god, wrong keyboard. Did it work? I didn't know this one was connected to my phone. It actually asked me for my phone number, and I was like, wow, really? It keeps showing me different emails, and I'm like, wait, am I logging into the right email? Okay, yeah, no, this is the right email, because this has this has my my phone bill information and everything on it. Holy shit. Dude, I have old shit in here from this is because this is my high school email. Okay, here we go, this is what I was looking for. So this was originally what my book was going to start as. So let's bring that up, bring up my current. Okay, so we want to go new. Where's new? New. To that and whoops. Okay. That's not what I want. Did I do that the wrong keyboard? Okay, there we go. There we go. Perfect. Perfect. Okay, send. Send. Okay. That was a fucking track. But, we have an objective. We now have an objective. So, this is okay, so this is our current chapter 1. Then we have, so let me bring this up real quick. Which one is it? This one. I didn't change that. I changed that, so I don't have to worry about that. We should do that, and that, and we are good there. Don't need to worry about that. Why don't I have it? Okay. Let's try the other one then. Maybe I spelt it wrong and I didn't send it to the right one. Let's try the other one. Back here. Not that one. That one. Oh, what? That's not it. No, that one. And that one. Wait, what? I literally... Wait, what? Okay. I have no idea. I need to literally fix my fucking passwords. Like, holy shit. Okay, here we go. Okay. This is how it started. Book 1, The Magistrate. Chapter 1, Decisions. The darkness cannot be good, he said as he looked up from his workbench to stare at the spreading darkness in the sky. It's mid-spring. By the time of day, the sun should be high in the sky. This is extremely odd. He pondered this for a few moments before going back to his studies. It is most likely some magic being worked by one of the elders under classified missions, he said to himself as he quickly wrote down the rest of the script he was translating. He pulled back from his studies and stretched out his hands over his head and stood up. But still, it is odd. He shook his head these worries, for he had others, and reached for his book with one glance out the window before opening the door and walking out. "Good morning, Varius," said a passing acolyte, and bowed before scurrying on his way. "Good morning," said Varius, not really paying attention. He walked for several minutes, uninterrupted in his thoughts, until he heard loud footsteps rushing in his direction. Naturally, he swayed in the side of the corridor walked along the wall, letting the messenger pass. "Servarius," an exhausted voice said in an urgent tone. "Servarius, the magistrate is calling all high scholars to his mansion at once. He has asked word of this meeting not leaked to the public. That is all, sir. I must be on my way. Good day." And with that, he continued down the hall and out of earshot. Could this have to do with the darkness in the sky, he pondered it once more, and then started to walk to his room. The magistrate's mansion was a massive building surrounded by gardens and rivers. 2 spires wound up the sides of the building. Varius stepped onto the walkway and continued up the path to the porch. "Praise Motai, Varius, how are you?" Varius looked around in shock as he stood in the dimming light of the dusk. "Hello, Ume," he said in a surprising tone. "What are you doing here? What's going on?" "I can explain that, Varius." A third voice came from the now open doors of the mansion. "Magistrate," Varius said as he and Avillard looked up at the door. They bowed their heads in reverence. "At least, at ease, you two. This is not a formal event, and if you would please follow me to the chronicle chamber, all will be revealed to you." The room was large. It had an audience chamber of seats where the members of the council would sit. There was a stage with a podium on it at the front end of the room, 5 seats to the side. A large silver chair sat at the back. This was the magistrate's seat. The magistrate stood up and acknowledged the council. "Ladies and gentlemen," he spoke in a dark tone that immediately took the attention of the whole room, "I've called you all here today to announce our finding of the investigation of the darkness in the sky that appeared several days ago. Our scout, Mistress Ume, will address you now." He set himself down in his seat and motioned for Ume to stand and take the podium. "As you have all..." She was quickly interrupted by the raising of one of the members of the council. "What is the meaning of this? Why do you bring an outsider into the midst of our most secret meetings? We swore we would have nothing to do with the other worlds. Are you a traitor, magistrate?" He bellowed, red-faced. "Silence!" roared the magistrate. The man sank into his seat and crossed his arms in annoyance. "As I was saying, as you have all probably noticed, this darkness in the sky is no thing of nature. Your leader has asked of my assistance because I'm from the world of nature herself. He asked me if I would investigate this strange happening. As none of you probably know, this darkness is not only covering your world, it is also covering mine and the other 4. This event is not just of your concern, but of mine and every other person in our realm. As for the investigation itself, I visited Desivar, and using their unique abilities, I was able to find the source of this darkness. Veil." The room suddenly burst into sound. Voices yelled out accusations and saying this was nothing but lies. Ume stomped her feet on the floor and fumed at the sound, trying to get the council's attention again. After several minutes, everyone was done with their interruption and sat back down. "You may not think that is true, because you do not trust those of other world. You only trust your own ability. But let me tell you this, just because you do not believe it is a threat does not make it any less of a threat. Keep those words in mind as you rot away, your indecision killing your world. With that, she stepped off the podium and walked proudly out the door, slamming it behind her. It's like some of it is a movie and between was details, and it would be like a play format. Yeah. That is definitely like that is definitely the direction it was going. Silence, roared the magistrate once more. Yeah, exactly, right? It's a story. Silence, roared the magistrate once more. This is not the time to be arguing. You placed me as the head of your conclave because you thought I had the best skills of holding together your continually fragmented nation. This world, our continually fragmented nation, this world has become. This bad grammar. And in doing so, give me full jurisdiction over Nashim, full control of all military assets, and complete loyalty from my people. I swore an oath to protect this world from the threats it may encounter, and I sealed the gate to the other worlds, and closed off our borders to my outsiders. I see now that that was not the right decision to make. So I've asked for the help of all the worlds in this endeavor. That is why I have done what I've done. The public must never learn of this. There would be mass panic among the lower ranks. Chaos would ensue. Now that you all know what is happening, I would like your feedback on this matter. Varys, please voice your opinion. Varys looked up from the book he was studying. He had not been paying much attention to the conversation. Oh, yes, of course. He stood up and walked to the front of the podium. Fellow scholars, as the High Sedavar of Nashim's Scholars Council, and one of the 3 most intelligent in this room, it is my finding that we do the following. Open the gates to the other worlds, and reopen the portal to Vale. The room was now extremely tense. I know you all think that Vale was completely cut off when we tried, and I emphasize the tried part to destroy it, but that is not true. If we place the power source back, we will still have access to the Crystalline Temple. Varys could tell that every scholar except one disagreed with him, but none spoke out. I also believe that we should gather the 6 worlds together as a council, a meeting place of all the races, so that we can discuss matters like these to all the races of this realm. He raised his finger to silence the approaching uproar. I also believe that we should not have a single leader, but one from every world. That is, all magistrate. I will now take my leave of here. I have work I must do elsewhere. Contact me when you've reached a decision. Varya stepped down from the podium and walked out the door, shutting it softly behind him. We have reached a decision, then? We have, magistrate. It is with reluctance that we must follow the words of Varys and create this council he so vaguely described. Only by doing so can we ensure that whatever this darkness is, we will be able to fight it with the best of our ability, announced the conclave. Very well, then. It shall be done. The conclave bowed to the magistrate as he walked down the stage door. So the whole idea of that is like the worlds are falling apart. And Varys is one of those characters who's been a scholar his entire life, and he basically has been silently proclaiming that this was going to happen since he found out about what they did to the portal between worlds, which is like a natural phenomenon that happens in like equinoxes when the worlds line up, and ancient technology was able to adapt that in order to sustain it like fully, and that's what the Crystalline Temple was originally supposed to be, was this essentially fabricated reality that would be a gateway between all of the worlds. And it was like this giant like fully like lit, illuminated like light area with like portals in it that would lead to the different realms. And there was like an element of technology to it, like all based on kind of like how technology was from Final Fantasy X. And a lot of this turned into originally what will happen in the second book, with talking about and going back when Varys, or when the Monarch and the Viceroy get infected by anima, and they're explaining to the people. So like the darkness, the coming darkness that is emphasized in this is going to be, or like is like shown in this, is going to be emphasized in the second book, in the full explaining of when they go back underneath the water and actually fully discover all of the like octopi that are still living, that were the remnants of the species that were down there. And then this is what oh no, that's not it. It is, hold on, that's events, not the actual 1.0. This is it. 1.0, Discovery. Here we go. This is what chapter 1 actually is now. Like the last 5%-ish of the chapter is not written yet, but I'll explain it as it goes because it's just like literally 2 events that I haven't written out yet because PoE came out and I didn't have time. The best is yet to come, I thought to myself as I sat down at my desk. The paper sat staring at me tauntingly. I was always a better improviser than a speechwriter. I drummed my fingers on the desk as I leaned back in my chair. A glint of light struck my gaze. I perked up and looked around curiously, and nothing in the room seems to have moved. I thought to myself as I reached my hand across the desk and grasped onto the object that was reflecting light. A calm pearl. Magical pearls created by a species of clam. It maintains conscious contact with all pearls it has spawned. This pearl was infused with magic that allowed it to act as a visual and audio recorder. I inspected the device and tuned my magic to it. Placing it gently on the desk, I activated it. The fuzzy outline of an octopi with yellow-tinged skin and a spiral line wrapping around his right eye appeared in the frame. The figure fumbled with the camera for a second before releasing it. The drone flew several feet from the figure and the image became clear. At that moment, so did my mind. The green and yellow of his outfit denoted, and with his fancy collar and long coat, denoted him as a thief. My heart began racing in my chest, and I could feel a cold stillness raising up from a pit in my stomach I did not realize I existed. Torg, I said to myself under my breath, barely audible. I rose from my chair, walking towards the door. I channeled my essence, and I imagined a pitch-black wall absorbing all light, impenetrable and demoralizing. I swept my left foot backwards in an arc and raised my knee before stomping down as I hummed the magic into being. The seal on the door activated, locking it. I walked back to my chair and sat down. I waved my hand across the expanded screen and it began to play once more. I leaned in, placing my elbows on the table and my chin on my hands, readying myself for the unknown before me. A voice rang in the distance and the camera spun around, raising higher into the air while it panned down onto a large group of adventurers. The camera panned upwards in the direction of the voice, its gaze set upon 4 octopi standing opposite the group. Guildmaster Husai Sudi, his second-in-command Sid Smolkin, the Viceroy. The camera zoomed in on the 4th man who was speaking, the monarch. Brave adventurers from far and wide, you have gathered for this most perilous quest. The guild and the monarchy have watched over this quest for more than 100 years. None who have ever entered this dungeon have returned. Let this be your last warning before fate takes you in her hands. A loud cheer from the crowd chanting, "Victory!" The sound of grinding gears and scraping metal roared across the canyon as the great door to the dungeon opened. I keep trying to reach for the wrong mouse. A boom rang through the silence as the doors stopped. An octopi on the back of a chocobo, his arm raised into the air, revealing his gunblade. The fancy garb he wore denoted him as a corsair. His face was shadowed by his pirate hat. He was leaning over the chocobo, his arm resting on his head. He stared towards the crowd as they shouted. The men fell silent and began to part a path for him. Aetharg pet the chocobo and pointed forwards. The bird began to walk towards the dungeon. As it trotted, it grew speed until it hit a run as it was passing the front of the group. Aetharg shouted, "Charge! Let the name of tributors ring across the ages! Let the might of Kashyyyk and the grace of Gaia guide us to victory, my comrades!" The screen began to fade as the sound cut out. Static buzzed for a time. I had fallen into memory, recalling that day as if it was now. Who could have put this here? I clawed at my left arm, scratching myself. I tried to calm my mind, but I stared at the blank screen ahead of me. Yeah, I know, right? I thought it would give it some ambience, having PoE in the background. A hiss and the sound of coughing became clearer as the screen faded black into the illuminating several figures in the frame. An avian, his blue and orange rubber gloves with a long red apron and goggles denoted him as an alchemist. His feathers were faded and his faded white, his mane a light brown being braided from the back around both sides and down his chest at the bottom of his gullet, looking like a beard. Galdog said, "I told you not to put the circle in the square hole. Once he has an idea in his head, he goes with it because it's so rare. He doesn't know if it will happen again, Kalmosh." An insect responded, covered head to toe in full white plate mail and halo upon his head, denoting him as a paladin. The men laughed even harder as an insectoid the decorated yellow and black robe of the half-clock gear helm denoting him as a time mage, walked towards Torg. "Nothing a spitshine can't fix," Han Mick said. The camera spun towards Torg to denote his armor is scorched and his brow is singed. "See what I have to put up with," he said into the camera. The audio began to cut and the screen buzzed static once more. Images flashed, mostly blurry and incomprehensibly swift. Sound of stomping from afar began to trickle into the audio. The screen flashed bright and focused onto a curved semicircle door that swung freely open before the group of adventurers. The room had 3 large alcoves along both of the side walls. Flickering patterns of light could be seen pulsing along the insides. In the front alcove on each side was a hulking mechanical cube that began to levitate off the ground. As the lights of the alcove began to pulse faster and brighter, a dim hum reverberated throughout the large hall, light appearing like creases across the cubes. Arms and legs unfolded from the cube as they began to walk towards the center of the room. Jollik charged into the room, the black plate on his arms and chainmail and his legs shining starkly against the colors of the room. He raised his gun lance and fired at the 2 cubes, taking their attention. Kalmosh ran behind Jollik with his chainsword buzzing as he held up his shield. "Stay behind me! Support line up for the defensive position!" The center alcove housed a more biological enemy. The golem's long, lanky arms stretched out as it pressed its hands against the ground, lifting its lofty head up, revealing a mass of what appears to be organs protruding from its neck. Jollik fired more shots at the golems. They shook their massive heads and roared as they charged towards Jollik. The bronze-colored metal plating of the 2-legged mechanical war machines in the 3rd alcove shone against the light of the room as they moved towards the center. Aetharg shouted for mages to sleep them. The aether expanded around the machine, seeping into its essence, the spell cutting off all consciousness. They fell to the ground limp. Jollik ran past the limp machines to gather all 6 enemies together. He turned to face his foes, his back to the wall. He slammed his shield down into the ground and activated the top guard, placing his gun lance in the middle, beginning full charge blast. Kalmosh pressed the base of his chainsword to his gear shield. The satisfying click made him smile as the shield left his arm and attached to the sword, creating an axe. The shield began to move up the base of the sword to the tip, and once it was there, it locked in place. The rotation of the blade now caused the shield to spin. Kalmosh infused his weapon with earth and elemental essence and swung it in a wide arc, shouting, "Spinning arc!" The aether fissured as the elemental essence was drawn back to the soulscape. Jollik released his charged blast. The room shook as the cannon sailed through the air. The thundering elemental essence ripped open the etheric fissures. Seconds later, a volley of earth and elemental essence from the mages collided with the rifts, imploding them. The crushed and mangled remains of the enemies clattered to the floor in their death throes. The screen faded black as a cheer faded into nothing. A frustrated groan as a figure becomes clear to the view, a worn-down adventurer with sturdy chain armor and a great hammer at his side. "I just want to hit it, okay? No, Reef, we don't need more of those golems coming for us. Maybe for you, but not for us," Chalcom said, the light blue beret and green fine-woven leather chest piece denoting him as a ranger. Laughter teemed through the circle of men huddled around the fire. "It's been 8 hours. I'm hitting the sack. Let me know if we had any progress," Yedfur croaked. The black spike-full helm and spiked black breastplate he wore denoted him as a dark knight. His gruff voice faded to mumbles as the fire crackled on. Yup. Because it's Final Fantasy based. It's just like whenever you're talking about one of these characters, imagine them in like the character's artifact armor. Whatever class or job that is. So like for Jollik, he has Gunbreaker artifact armor, for instance. And then all the other ones is like all the basic what you would see from any Final Fantasy, like the Time Mage and stuff like that with like the gear clock head. But yeah. Torg turned away from the fire and began to walk towards a huddled group of adventurers. I can never say this guy's name. Vimkol's voice could be heard. The scope goggles with his gray cape and baggy greenish attire denoted him as a gunner. A is 3 and 4, B is 4 and 6, C is 1 and 7. The sound of clicking could be heard, but the hum of gears swiftly died. "I told you, C is 3 and 7, B is 1 and 6, Seklim stated. The light brown robe that fell across his body and the black belt wrapped around it with his dragon mask denoted him as a monk. A kerfuffle of voices argued before one rang above the rest. "Gentlemen, we need to match this and calm down. There's no progressing without solving this. Put your heads together in a good way, and if you can't, go over to the reject camp." Nellium, the Alliance deputy, roared over the squabbling men. The loose-style blue cloth garb she wore with the scarfed headdress denoted her as a blue mage. The screen buzzed with static as the sound cut out. dark black noir type Final Fantasy. Yeah, like really dark. That's why it's like, if I'm gonna get like the permissions I want from like Square Enix and stuff, I'm wondering if they would want me to censor most of what's gonna happen. Because like it's like not as detailed as it's going to be in the final version, but it does happen in this, like in the first chapter, so it gives you a feeling of what's to come. The image of a laboratory of some kind came into view. There were cylindrical tanks filled with liquid and brains in several stages of development. "This one is mine!" Reef shouted as he swung his hammer around his head and smashed it into the glass tank. The sound of liquid spilling over and glass shattering on the floor echoed through the strange room. "Guys, I think we should go back to the group now," Torg said as he walked towards the door, as Reef went around smashing all the tanks and the rest of the group gathered at the door. "Got that out easy," Reef said triumphantly as he paraded to the door. A hissing sound followed by the sound of skittering took the group's attention. As they turned to face the destroyed lab, they stared in astonishment as it began to repair itself. The brains that were fully formed at the end tanks, once they were reconstructed, thrashed, and the wires that were connected to them began to fall to the bottom of the tank. The liquid began to empty as the glass retracted. The roof opened and a claw grabbed the brain, sucking it through the roof. Moments later, a wall at the end of the room opened, revealing a golem. The claw took the brain and placed it inside the golem's head. The arms began to thrash as its eyes lit up. "Time to go, guys!" Torg yelled as he ushered the group out at the doors. The screen went black as the loud roar faded into nothing. A chocobo with armor. Well, you gotta think of, like, that's kind of one of the reasons for the original idea for having the avians be a race, is kind of like, it's not set in stone, but the idea that, like, all consciousness can kind of communicate through Gaia, essentially, and that's how all the races can communicate, even though there's a bird, there's an insect, and there's an octopi. They're just like, intent is basically ushered into universal language through magic, essentially, through Gaia. So, like, Beastmen, for instance, are like 5-year-olds, maybe like 3 to 5-year-olds, like toddlers, in their like abilities of like comprehension and like stuff like that. Like they're dumb, but they have consciousness. And then there's like monsters that have like intuition kind of thing, like animals do, but they don't have a real consciousness. But chocobos, because of their like connection to people, they're literally like dogs are to people in real life. And that's how I want to portray them. That they're literally like dogs. And it's like they have an emotional connection with their owners. They're very, very loyal animals. They will always go, and like a dog scent kind of thing, that they will always go back and try and find their master, like a horse, like a dog, like that kind of thing. And they're very, very intelligent, and they can, they're very good at portraying their feelings through body language. And that's kind of one thing I want to really show off, is like chocobo. And this kind of like diversion in what would be the normal style of evolution, which is because the chocobo is not genetically engineered, whereas the avians are fully genetically engineered as the species that they are, in order to create another layer for the, like, to spread consciousness across the world. So you have the octopi that's on the bottom of the ocean, you have the insectoids that are on the land, and then you have the avians that are in the air. And then you build the sky cities for the avians to sit on, and you have these 3 layers of consciousness that you can fill, so when Anima comes to eat the planet, he is literally an entire fucking feast. And he's gonna be like, how do you say it, like where this idea of the level of your consciousness plays a huge role in the social structure. How octopi are on average, let's say 10 to 15 IQ points higher than an avian, and an avian is 10 higher than an insectoid. And in the social structure of how it works, only female octopi have like any political sway, because of essentially the monarchy, how it works is the concubine of the monarch is the political spokesperson for the public. So the monarch does everything like governmental side for bureaucracy to make sure that like everything runs well, like food is delivered, food is produced, you know, goods are made and serviced to keep people happy. But then the concubine is all about social issues, cultural issues, stuff like that for inside the tree. And then the adventurers and people who live outside the tree, all the different main cities that are named after the different avatars, Ifrit, Garuda, Leviathan, possibly Valefor, Titan. I've read stories like this, and I've wrote stories, fantasy. Yeah, see, that's like, I literally said, this has been 15 plus years and 17, 18 years in progress, and just the shift from what it originally was to like how it is now is just so dramatic, even though it has like the same core concepts and it's pulling from the same ideas, and it's even got like that scene that I described before is basically the same scene that will show up in book 2, but it won't be the very beginning of the book, and it'll be one of those people who's like, you know, very high-minded and everything, and kind of knows what's going to happen, so he doesn't get panicked or anything. And I've like thinking back on it, this is actually really like a personification of Asmon. Like, now that I know Asmon and I've like watched his streams for like years, looking back on like how I've wanted this one specific character to be on a like political, social, and just like interactive level, emotional level, is basically Asmon, where he's like a very rational thinker who can very easily work things out to say what is the most viable positive outcome and solution, not what sounds good and what people want to hear and what you want. And it's literally like the Dark Knight quote, like, he's not the hero that we need, he's the hero that we deserve. And that's always rung with me with this kind of character, where he's mostly kind of sitting in the background, and you see him every once in a while, and then he's going to make his massive grand stand at the end, where I don't know if I'm still going to keep this idea, but the idea is that he has, like, you basically extinguish your consciousness when you use magic, so that limits, like, what your MP is, and your MP is basically, like, your ability to stay conscious. And the more magic you use, it literally knocks you out, because your mind gets drawn into the soulscape. And then there's going to be points like when the character in the 3rd book, some unrational thinking, though, is good. Yes, and being able to think outside of the box and look at other people's perspectives is extremely important. But not having those dictate the overall structure of everything, I think, is like very, very important. I think that's probably the main reason why I watch Asmon, is because, like, there are things that I just can't put into words, and then when he says it, it's like, yes, exactly, okay, boom, yes, thank you, that's exactly how it should be. I totally understand. It makes sense. And, like, being able to have a character, and this, like, what I've always found funny about this, too, is this, like, plays more, even more into, like, the Asmongold lore, where it's, like, he is so much grander than himself on the internet, because of this, like, whole background of lore and just culture based around him and stories about him, and then, like, embellishments for actual stories, like, you know, his fucking teeth fell out and shit like that. Like, yeah, there were some bad decision making along the way there, but it's still one of those things where it's like you can stop yourself and look back, and I can think of myself in that way, looking back on how I was as a kid and how I am now, and like how completely different my personality is. And like, you could ask like my siblings and everything, it's like I was a fucking piece of shit. You have to develop into things that are improper to proceed. Yes, exactly, to delve into, exactly. Like, for instance, like, to me it's not enough, but one of the main features of the monarchy and how the monarch has stated power with the viceroy being the same person is they have the ability to, like morph their skin as octopi, because that's how octopus can do it, and they morph themselves into. So their wives get voted in as a public office, and then they impregnate their wives, and then they have sons, and then they train their sons to be like them, and then they basically inaugurate their sons into their position and retire, and then they fake their own death, kill their son, take the new wife, and yeah, make a new kid. So, and he basically turns into his kid. So it's been the same monarch and same viceroy for like 1,000. Well, technically it's been like 10,000. It's been 10,000 years since they were born. They're like 10,700 years or 10,070 years old. Or the viceroy is 10,070 and the monarch is 10,030. The monarch is actually younger than the viceroy because the viceroy was teaching. He's actually the teacher who, and they were basically going on like a university field trip in a submarine to investigate this energy source that they had found, and it turned out to be a shard of anima, and they got infected by the blight, and they became anima's puppets, and from then on they decided to create this entire world of the 3 stages of consciousness in order to give anima the ultimate meal when he shows up. And the stark difference between the genetically engineered insectoids and avians versus you'll see the original insects that the insectoids were evolved from, just like the chocobo is a remnant of the essence of the species that the avians are from. And that stark contrast between the avians and the chocobos is like bridging the gap between like levels of intelligence, just like dogs do. Or like, I just say dogs because like in most cases, like if you have a fully trained like dog, of all the animals you could ever have, like it's the most loyal, it's probably the smartest when it comes to like things that you would want a dog to do. It's not gonna program your fucking computer, but it's gonna either be a guard dog and keep stuff away, it's gonna be your most loyal companion that's always gonna be there for you. Like, there's so much potential for that. And then same with the other side of it, of having people that are like extremely cruel and just treat their chocobos like mounts. And then every adventurer is also going to have a squire. And their squires are going to shadow them, and they're going to be the people that carry their gear around. So that's kind of how like gear swaps are going to work and stuff like that. It's like literally they'll get like pulled off the battlefield, and it'll be like going into like a pit stop in a race, like a NASCAR race, and having your tire have to be changed. And like they have their squires, and their squires are like the holders of their chocobos and stuff like that. And it's like all this entangled lore between all the different characters that's all just kind of overlaid to make these threads of layers of onions. The more you look at it, the more you can zoom in. And one of the great examples I like to use for this is, you know, those like originally they weren't, but now most of them are AI generated things where it'll like zoom in on something and then it's another picture, and then it just keeps zooming in, and it keeps zooming in, and it keeps like different pictures are like showing up as it's continuously zooming in. That's kind of like how I want it to be. Like as you look deeper and deeper into everything that's going on and the interactions between the characters and stuff, you're unveiling all these layers of how the world works and how everything fits together. And every piece of information and every interaction and every idea behind the interactions are all based on real world events, real life in some way, shape, or form, and then twisted, turned, and added in to fit the piece that needs to be filled. But that was just a a big rant before the battle. The sound of creaking and the hum of some kind of engine thundered to life as the massive ornate doors of the palace began to swing open. The Alliance rushed into the brightly lit entrance hall where stood 2 winding staircases that reached far out of sight. The room had small alcoves all along the walls. Flickering patterns of light could be seen pulsing along the insides. As the rest of the group entered the hall, the doors began to shut. Static covers the screen and the sound dies out. Makes me think about why the way we are, so we can grasp on and move through life. We use each other. Agreed. We are the #1 social species on the planet. 100%. The only reason why we are where we are is because we work together. And despite, like, a lot of things wanting you to believe that people don't work together, people work together. It's just those people that work together clash against other groups of people that work together, because not the only thing we're collectively doing together is breathing together. We're all breathing. So I can't say we're all thinking, because not all of us are thinking, but all of us are breathing. All of us that are alive within the next, let's say, 27 minutes. I think that's the world record for holding your breath. It's 27 minutes. So anyone within the next 27 minutes is still breathing from this moment right here. And that's like another degree of like how I think about things is like, how can this be placed into like the next step? And then what's the next step after that? And then the next step after that? And it's like, a good analogy for that is like, in battle, you, like, the more steps ahead you are, and the more prepared you are, the more likely you are to have a more positive outcome. So someone can be, let's say, really, really good at, like, high-style two-handing going like this, and another guy might be really good at using a spear and stabbing, but those two things aren't equal when placed against each other, even though they could be equal placed against other things. And that's kind of how I think about things in, like, different tiny groups. It's like the particles that make up this mouse versus the particles of the air. Like, there's a distinct difference between them, but that doesn't mean like one's bad or one's good or something like that. It just has its own inference for it, because like whether it's a physical object or a hypothesis or something on the computer or something. This is the last room, my comrades. We have survived to this point because of our synergy. Before we enter this room, let's rebuff, Aetharg said as he stood in front of the looming ornate doors. The balcony the Alliance stood upon stretched around the room, leaving only a small gap in the floor at the top of the stairs. Shuttle walked to the center of the group. The clearly wrapped white garb and loose cloth leggings and white cap denoted him as a white mage. He began to cast spells. The shimmer of essence glowed as protecting shell barriers began to illuminate across all the adventurers. Armoril joined Shuttle. The light, bunchy nature of the cloth shirt she wore with the loose brown beret upon her head denoted her as a bard. She began to sing and dance around Shuttle, raising the morale and enhancing the physical strength of everyone around. The room was dark as the doors stopped. The Alliance stared into the darkness, cautious and on edge. The sound of engines and gears roared through the room as an emerald light began to glow in the far end of the room. It grew brighter as the glass walls reflected an eerie sight of a hulking mechanical machine. Its gray-plated body had a giant emerald embedded in its chest. This was the source of light that shone across the room at the Alliance. The top part of the body above the emerald began to lift, and the single bright eye on the front came to life. Its 4 legs with treads for feet rolled across the room towards the open door. Mounted on its shoulders appeared 2 squares with multiple circular holes embedded in them. Long, thick, wiry, string-like arms protruded from its sides and dragged across the ground. The Alliance rushed into the massive room, falling into their ranks. Healers in the back, supports in the front of them, followed by the damage mages. In front of the mages were the ranged damage dealers. In front of them, the melee damage dealers. Then there stood Aetharg, with the tank line in front of him. Jellic rushed forward ahead of the other tanks. Kelmosh close on his heels. He fired his gun lance multiple times towards the forward left leg of the hulking machine. The mounts on the shoulders of the machine lit up, and an explosion sounded as multiple projectiles flew out of the holes. Kalmosh and Jellic slammed their shields into the ground and ducked behind them, beckoning the rest of the tanks to create a shield wall. Aetharg shouted, "Defense from missiles! Barriers up! Protect the front line!" The support mages began to cast defensive spells, preventing most of the projectiles from direct hits. The machine turned its gaze to the back line. "We have to destroy its mobility! Aim for the legs!" Kalmosh shouted as he heaved Jellic from the ground. The two men stood shoulder to shoulder as they looked at each other, nodding. Kalmosh rushed for the left foot, Jellic for the right. Jellic looked back and beckoned the two tanks remaining on their feet to rush to the back legs. The sound of thunder exploded as the mages unleashed a thunderstorm of magical essence at the machine. Vimkol aimed his sniper rifle at the glowing eye of the machine. The bullet bounced off the glass as if nothing happened. He loaded his largest round into the gun, readjusted the barrel. "Going all in on this! What's the title for, if not now, eh? Never too far!" A light blue misty aura began to appear around Vimkol as he channeled all of his essence with his overdrive soul invocation and unleashed his shot. The aether tore and fissured as the bullet traveled, the power amplified. The sound of screeching metal and shattered glass filled the room. So, basically, if you've had an awakening moment, which is like only the top adventurers have awakening moments, you get bestowed upon you what's called a title. And if we go to, where is it? See, character compendium. Characters have titles. And their titles are based upon their personalities. So, for instance, because Aetharg is a Corsair and he's a leader, he has like the ultimate title called Under One Roof, which resets everyone's titles. Now, depending on how powerful your title is, they can be up to a year-long cooldown. So Aetharg is a year. It takes a year for him to be able to use his overdrive again, because that's how powerful it is. And anyone within his sight can have their title reset, even if they immediately just used their title. So you can use your titles back to back. And it's like the one trump card that they have going into the 100-year quest that no one else has ever had. Is the ability, they have 15 people plus with titles, which has never been done. They have 75 people overall, which has never been done. And as far as they know, they're the strongest group that's ever gone and done it. And they have Under One Roof ready. Plus, the Time Mage has literally go back in time 1 minute. And they've tested it before, but unfortunately Under One Roof doesn't work with, what is, Hanmik? Pressed on Time. Which goes back 1 minute into the past. Which will happen in this chapter, when they're all proccing their titles. But the idea is, basically they're bestowed as a blessing upon Gaia for reaching like a pinnacle of strength and unlocking like an essence to your soul that gives a direct connection to Gaia. And that's what makes them the most powerful adventurers. It's not just the fact that they have the title, it's the requirements that are needed in order to unlock the title in the first place. And then, so yeah, those are titles. They'll be very important throughout the book as like literally the overdrive ultimate ability of the characters. Jellic took its opportunity as the smoke-covered, half-imploded head of the machine groaned and choked as tubes spouted a dark, foul liquid. He infused his essence and invoked his title. He placed his gun lance on his shield and charged for his attack. The fissures flared as Jellic fired. They exploded open a second later, the sound of water and sand accumulated as the magic overtook the machine, and essence of magic smashed into the fissures as they exploded, smashing and cracking the machine head until it was a crumpled mess. The arms of the machine began to glow and stiffen as they heated up, eventually appearing as swords of emerald light. The left arm swung at Kalmosh. He raised his shield and steadied himself for the impact. The screeching sound of metal faded into a hiss of burning flesh as the shield failed. Kalmosh's scream echoed through the room as he jumped back, clutching where his arm used to be. Hanmik rushed to his side immediately and began to heal the wound. Kalmosh swore loudly as he moved into the back lines. Aetharg gave the signal to go full offensive. The melee lines charged forward the tanks and began the most powerful infused magic attacks to create fissures for the mages to implode. The machine began to lose ground as its treads were beginning to fail. Its arms only held at bay, but once the enemy was underneath it, there needed to be... The arms only held at bay, but once the enemy was was underneath it, there needed to be a new strategy. The Alliance continued to press the machine back. As it was approaching the back door of the room, the machine lowered itself. This forced the melee and tanks out from under it and protected its weak spot. Now this isn't written, but basically, like, it's going to pull all 4 of its treads together, go into, like, a defensive mode. Its chest is going to open into a cannon. And then as soon as its chest opens into a cannon, it's going to have this, like, charging up sound and a light. And then all of a sudden, Hanmek's going to be, like, it's going to go over to him, and he's literally, like, fucking covered in sweat. It's like his armor is, like, singed and fucked because he still gets the effects of whatever happened. So it's, like, a time barrier around him. And he's tried to, like, take other things with him, but consciousness doesn't travel with him. And it's only physical parts of his body. And he's tried to, like, hold on to stuff, but it's, like, only a limited amount, and it's all based on his consciousness. So there are some things that he has been able to do, some things that he can't do. So that'll show up later in the book. But he basically is, like, having a heart attack, panic. He's like, I titled! And his title is basically go back in time 1 minute. And he's like, everyone, thunder defense, earth defense, pinpoint defense, everyone shield phalanx on top of me right now. And everyone pulls in, and it literally fucking obliterates, like, half of the group with this giant, massive energy cannon. But then the emerald weapon is down to, like, absolutely no energy. So he's kind of limp, and then, like, the rest of the remaining group kind of just go in and fucking take it down. And then they finally beat the boss. The back door's open. They go down an elevator all the way down. It's like an hour, and they're, like, talking, and they're mourning their dead. And, you know, they're going through this thing, and it's like there's been fights between a couple of characters, because one character's not very emotional about everyone dying. He's, like, giddy about getting the group thing, and he's like, what's wrong with, like, you know, we're the first ones to defeat, as far as we know, that was the boss. We defeated him. We're ready to go. They get down to the bottom, and it looks like a chapel. And the ground is this, like, image of like, what looks like a satellite image, because this building used to be, like, the dungeon used to be a floating satellite, and on the ground is basically a frozen in time 24-hour loop of the day the moon fell out of the sky. And 4 different continents, whereas there's only 1 continent now, and above it is a skyline, and the stars are in the wrong place, and everything is fucked, and they're like, what the fuck is this? This looks like a completely different world, like, what the fuck? And then Torg, the guy who has the camera, because he has a flashlight, basically, like, notices, like, a dragon statue, and he starts walking to the back. And then the eye of the dragon opens, and we're talking, like, Fafnir is the size of an aircraft carrier. An aircraft carrier. He is fucking huge. So it's literally, like, this tiny little speck. And he's like, damn, that statue's huge. And then the eye opens, and it's just like, he's just like, and then it blinks. And he's standing there like, holy fuck, Flea, instantly gone. He's like, fuck this, I'm out, I've heard of dragons, holy fuck. He runs away, he is bailing, and this is basically, they wake up Fafnir, who's been having like a 600-year nap, and that's the reason why the Beastman Wars ended, was because their general went to sleep, because he was like, you know what, fuck it, we can't get in the tree, we've tried for hundreds of years, I'm going to sleep, fuck you guys. And then, since no one's ever beat the Emerald Weapon before, no one's ever made it down there, so no one's ever woken him up. But now he's awake. And he basically kills everyone except Torg, and Torg's running out of the dungeon, full Flea mode thief, gets out of the dungeon, sees Husai, and he's like, save us, Guildmaster! And then he gets stabbed and killed, and then the guy picks up the thing and then stares directly at Husai, the main character. And he's like, what the fuck? And when he gives it to Sid later on to analyze, he's going to show that because the main character, Husai, is actually a human, but everyone perceives him as an octopi, he's actually 6'4". And the tallest octopi ever is like 5'9". So he's like, compared to other octopi, he's fucking huge. And Sid does an analysis on the video and does a comparison size, and that octopi that looks like Husai in the video is way too small. He's only like 5'7", maybe 5'8". But he's not even like the tallest of the tall of the normal octopi, let alone the size of Husai. So that's where it puts in like doubts as to, like, you know, the authenticity of this recording and everything, even though everything else looks in part. But that's because the monarch actually, in order to not out himself, disguised himself as Husai and then killed the thing. And then it's going to be like a flashback or something at some point in time, a story from Fafnir about, like, because Fafnir's going to have like a scar on his eye, and it's going to be, it's either he's going to have a scar on his eye, or it's going to be some way that, like, it's going to, like, identify him or something like that. And it's going to, like, him when he becomes a good guy in the second book, because Fafnir eventually, like, at the end of the first book, Fafnir is, like, basically sacrifices himself in order to protect the main characters from meteors, when the monarch fully reveals himself with the viceroy. And he is going to explain, like, his whole, like, he's been fighting the monarch this entire time. Like, no one knew who the monarch actually was, and that the monarch was evil because he was being a benevolent dictator. And no one knew that he was the same person impersonating his son over and over and over again, because he could impersonate and act differently because he's had 10,000 years to fucking do this. So, yeah, that'll explain a lot of, and deep, and, like, book 2 is going to be a lot of deep dive into the lore and the backstory and how things happened, why things happened, stories about the past, the olds of technology and everything like that. But that, as they say, is a story for another time. But yeah, just going back and seeing the contrast between those two stories for me, it's just so amazing, because I have it all back in my head. Even the original, another story, the other story I was gonna pull up before I saw that one, which was the Enclave, is a fight of a dark being invading the Crystalline Temple, and the guardian of the temple, who is Fervisca, and I always like characters that use their hair, and basically she has like wires woven through her hair with blades on them, basically like barbed wire, and she has like 20-foot long hair, and she literally wields her hair like wires and shit and whips. And it's crazy. And it's like that scene is like the epilogue at the beginning, and it's this dark figure basically overcoming and killing the Guardian and unleashing this darkness upon the world. And then the first chapter was the meeting, and then Varius kind of knowing, like, having a guess as to what's going on, because he is the most knowledgeable at the past, because he's like one of the few people who, like, is so obsessed with history and, like, transcribing stuff and learning languages and translating stuff, because they have so much, like, old relics that just haven't been translated. So he spent his entire life, like, translating all these scripts that really no one has information about, and it's so obscure and random, but he's done it so much, and he has so much information, he can actually piece it together now. And that's how that character was, like, developed. At least in my head, like, that's how I wanted it to be developed. But having every character like that, where they have, you know, their upsides, their downsides, their emotional connections, their families, their, like, best friends, their jealousies, like, everything like that is all, like, pulled from some aspect either of my life, a video game, an interaction between people, but it has some core essence of real life to it, which gives it, in my opinion, depth. Because nothing in life is simple, and if you're basing something off of life, it can't be simple. At least if you do it right. Okay, but I think that was a big detour. So, let's get back at her. Back at her, back on her, back in her. Let's go. Fucking another map, because I'm dumb. So we gotta support 3, don't care about that. Maps. Alright. I'm just gonna put these here. Increase attack, cast speed, movement speed, amount of chests. Ooh, increased amount of chests. Let's do that. Okay, oh, we need to check vendors. Check vendors. Every time you level up. Boom, check vendors.
Of the essence.
Important. Very important to check vendors.
What is it? What do you think?
Plus skill, plus skill, plus... Oh, fuck this. Skill. Okay. No, no, no. 2 to projectiles. No. Oh, spirit. No spirit. What about... resist? What about chaos? Nothing chaos? Okay. Okay, I tried.
Only take what is
Holy shit! Fire, physical, cold. Damn, that's a... If only it was percentage and not... Oh, dude, actually, numbers are good, I think. Because my raging spirits have such a low damage output. At least that's what it shows. Raging spirits. 7 to 15, 6 to 13. But I don't know if that's accurate or not. Times 10, that's 100. That's still not that much damage. So I don't think that's accurate. But I don't know how else to check on that one. Spell damage. Increase spell damage. Increase cold damage. Increase critical. I'm going to take that for my sorceress. If I ever do a wand sorceress. Cold resistance. I'll take that. That's a lot of cold res. Alright, nothing else good. Mage, where's Mage? Mage, there. And then resistances. I know it's just chaos res, but we're gonna put this. We're just gonna go like this. Resist. Resist. There we go. Alright, should be good. Let's get her done. I love how you can see other people in town. Like the other day, I saw a guy, and we were just both standing there, and I started to go like this. And then he started to do it, and then we had like the challenge of seeing who can spin the fastest for the longest without like fucking up. And it's like, how long? Oh, I can't keep doing it. That hurts my wrist. Okay, let's not die. This is a good map. There are vultures, I think, but it is a good map. So we should be fine as long as we're setting up and we're not running in blind. Oh, we need to use... Where are we going? What are we doing? We got rid of that. We already got that. We got that. We were moving somewhere. Damage if you crit. Right. So 10% crit, and then 36% increased damage if you've dealt a critical hit in the past 8 seconds. That is huge. That is fucking huge. And it's kind of one of the things also I like about the writing in Path of Exile. How it's done very, like, the things that you go around on the map and click on. So it's like Dark Souls-esque in the way that it's like, you know, like the description of items and then piecing everything together can kind of tell you the backstory of the lore. But it's done more in just like accounts of like history, as if you're like reading through a history book, and these are accounts of like things that people have done in the past and what they've left over and everything, and explains like all about like the civilizations of the past and everything like that, which I think is really fucking cool. Some people said the PoE 2 storyline was meh, but I think it's really cool. Like, literally going back in time, going to Syria. I can't wait to see what Act 4, 5, and 6 look like when the game comes out. Knowing what Act 1, 2, and 3 looked like when they came out, and then what 4, 5, and 6 looked like when they came out, and then 8, 9, or 7, 8, 9, and 10 when they came out. And just, like, how the story looks so different. If you could go back and like look at how it was before like you learned about Kitava, when you were fighting like the original like statue before it becomes corrupted, like learning about the beast and the Vol and about the corruption. It's just, I don't know. And then the deeper you get into it, the more like insane it is. That's what I think the best kind of lore is, because it makes it easy to get into, because you can just get an overall thing, and I think Lord of the Rings is probably the greatest example of this. Like, you don't need to know any backstory for, like, who Gandalf is, what the Maiar are, who Sauron even is. It's just a great story that gives you enough information to feel like the world is real. But then you can look at the layers between and the backstories and how the characters interact, how the characters got to be where they are, what, you know, the Song of Iluvatar actually is and everything, and like what the Maiar are, and what Sauron is. He's basically like Lucifer, a fallen angel, or I guess Morgoth, and Sauron is just his lieutenant. Like, he's a Maiar who's like corrupted basically, and Morgoth is a Valar, who are like the great sages essentially. And I like that idea of like tiers of scale. So like in my book, the tiers of scale go from intergalactic, planetary, as every planet is the shell of a celestial being, and the life and consciousness on the planets are an extension of the life force of the being that's inside the planet. And the more it exerts on the planet, the more the more it I need to stay back more because I'm not paying attention. I got maps though. Hey, we've replenished a little bit, so we can put one back and then we'll just craft this. These. Man, I'm a fucking idiot. I'm a real fucking idiot. Players are cursed with enfeeble. Quality? Oh, it's rarity! Let's go, rarity! I like rarity. Rarity is good. Let's try and not die this time. Fuck! Okay. Depth. Characters. What was I saying before I fucking died? Right, tiers of like scale. So you got the intergalactic celestial beings, then you have like their offspring kind of idea, like how it is. You don't learn about this race until the second book, but basically Gaia inside the shell is like an inner Earth where she has specters of herself that basically create like a consciousness, and she shuts herself off from those beings to allow to give them like a forced self-consciousness, so it's not like a hive mind. So they all have their own individual personalities and everything, and it's like the main character falls in love with one of the golems over the course of the story and stuff, and it's this whole clash between like their inability, because like technically, since he's human, so think about this, the main character is human, and he is so concerned because there's no other humans. How is he supposed to have a family? How is he supposed to have offspring? How is he supposed to like what the fuck is he supposed to do? His species doesn't fucking exist. Like, how scary would that be to be recognized as something by somebody else? Like, if someone just came up to you and told you you were a bird, and you're like, I'm not a fucking bird, but then everybody in the world's like, yes, you're a bird. You'd be like, well, what the fuck? Like mentally, what would that do to you? It's gonna fuck with you, right? So that's why the main character is so driven with like finding out about the past and all this shit, because he knows there's something fucked up about him, and he has to find out why. And when he finally meets Gaia in the second book and learns about celestial beings and everything about anima, the threat to come, and everything, and falls in love with basically the being that is interpreting as Gaia's translator, because Gaia can't directly intervene without basically exploding your mind, because her consciousness is so powerful. It would just basically strip the magic from your body if she tried to directly commune with you. That's why it's like you have to have such a great presence of like being to unlock the ability to have a title, because even the tiniest thread of connection to Gaia can tear your magic from your body, essentially. And it makes it like so important to have those kinds of features, and why that allows you to be such of character, of body, of spirit, of mind, in order to hold on to that kind of thing and like keep your magical essence in your body as it's being dragged away into the Farscape, or into the Soulscape. Keep trying to call it the Far Plane because that's basically what it's based off of from Final Fantasy X. But I thought the Soulscape was a great name for it. That's essentially what it is. It's like that corner of your soul that's like a virtual reality, essentially. But it's manifest whole because of the power of consciousness made manifest, which is essentially magic. And why you can like bring things into the world and not have to worry about technology anymore. And it's the whole trope of going from a technological civilization that has utter destruction to a magical society that is born, like the magical essence is born of the destruction, which was dragging the moon out of the sky. And since the moons are... Here you go, there we go, there you are, days to weeks! Gender of the day, welcome, good sir. Gender of the day is the same as always, male. You may think it changes. It does not change. The only thing that changes is the appearance. There is no facade here. It is simply an image. And one that is done for my sake alone. Because I like to. And if I can't do what I like on my stream, why the fuck am I streaming? That's how I feel about it. Anyways, welcome back, good sir. How has it been? We are discussing the depth of stories and how having more layers, even in the background, even if people never ever see them, makes for a more whole experience. We're talking about the scale of entities, essentially, of consciousness in my book. So it goes celestial beings, then those direct offsprings, which be essentially what we call crystalline golems, and then you have the actual outside the shell essence, which are the original great worms. So the first being that Gaia actually brought into existence that was not of her flesh, that was actually a being outside that was influenced by her consciousness, is the World Eater Jormungand. And he is like the size of like New York City, I think. Like, he is fucking huge. Like, if you've watched like Fairy Tail, the new 100-Year Quest, he's bigger than Alderaan. And Alderaan has like 5 cities on him. So maybe he's bigger than New York. I don't know how big those cities are in Fairy Tail, but he's bigger than Alderaan. He is fucking massive. That's why they call him the World Eater. Because if he wanted to, the theory is if he jumped on Gaia, it would crack her shell. That's like a running joke between his siblings and stuff. And essentially, Gaia created his concubine, who is Tiamat. I do? How do I have the Chimera Pet? You can't give subs. Or is it just drops? I don't know how that shit works. I should... Okay, well maybe, you know what? If I have it, then I should do this. Hold on. 1 second here. And since we hit the 3-hour mark, I gotta go throw on some food. But I will be back. I'm gonna change this. Why am I here? I clicked the wrong fucking button. I'm an idiot. What am I doing with my life? Okay, hold on. Hold on a second. There. I put drops in the title. I am going to be right back. You look like a testicle today. Days to weeks. Thanks, man. I really appreciate that. You're such a good guy, man. I of all you like come in here, you compliment me. It's so nice of you. I love it. You literally are my most dedicated viewer, dude. You're in here like every day on the dot. It's days to weeks, man. He's waiting for me to say female. I'm never gonna say female because I'm not a female. I'm just a cross-dresser. That's just how it is. Deal with it. Anyways, I'll be right back. While I am gone, I think it will be funny to do this while I'm gone. Where is it? Where is it? Wait, what the fuck? That's not what I want. Okay, give me this. There. Okay, here we go. Here we go. We got him. We have found him.
Death metal music's a little bit loud, so.
A bald, mustached man. Who could it ever possibly be? It is a bald, mustached man. I will be right back. Watch Quinn have his screen covered by shit. Cause, yeah, that shit happens. His build, by the way, is fucked. He's a melee blood mage.
Bruh.
It's fucking insane. I haven't watched it. Maybe he'll die. Hopefully.
And then
No,
you
I'm
just
just kidding.
have
You don't want Quinn to die.
Normally,
It's the maps.
immediately, like, fucking 500% better. And honestly, it could be a great band. I changed preview. Yeah. So wait, what were you saying, Tad?
I was saying, when you do the VTuber shit, if the track is weird, just hit, look at the camera and hit reset pose. But other than that, like it should be pretty much shut up.
Alright. Okay, so when should I start the VTuber thing? Probably not straight away, right? That'll be,
Well, if you can start now, then I can look at it and make sure it's good.
Wait, am I really I could just start now.
It's 3 hours, so you know.
Yeah, just get out of
True,
the
it's a
way.
long time. It is a long time. I probably should start it. Okay, okay. Alright, alright, go full cam.
Here we go.
Alright, let me know when you're ready. I'll hit the command.
Yeah, I'm ready. Yeah, bro. Tell me when I can have my eyes.
Alright, open your eyes.
Wait, I can see it on the screen, but wait, am I on the stream?
Yeah, you're on the stream.
Am I on the stream right now? Oh my god, bro. Oh no, bro.
Yes.
Where am I?
Okay. He went full VTuber mode.
Oh no, bro.
I knew it. I knew it. He went from full bald man.
He's behind me and everything, bro. Oh
I know. He doesn't look any like. If you didn't know that was Quinn, like I wouldn't have known that was Quinn. I would have thought it was like someone was like he was like showing a clip of someone streaming while he was like sleeping during his subathon or something like that.
I can work with this.
I'm gonna be so good. So and then at some point in time, this glitches out, and there's a clip, and it just goes back to him, and it just shows him there with like, you know, he's shirtless and bald, and he's just sitting there in his chair. He's like, "Oh fuck the camera!" Fucking hilarious. Oh, I just gotta set an alarm so I don't forget about my food. Just put some fries in an air fryer. It's not like it really matters, but I'll literally sit here for like an hour and be like, "Fuck, that's right, I was hungry. I forgot. I was fucking hungry." Alright. Here we are. Let's do it. Back at her. Let's go. Don't die. Don't die. Don't die. How many maps have we done? How many maps have we completed? How many maps have we tried? You already said that today, man. You look like a testicle. Thanks. Hopefully a slightly but not quite fully shaven testicle. Just, you know, that like 3-day growth, maybe? 3-day growth? Something like that? You know? Not quite enough to grab onto, but just quite enough to know that it's there. You know what I mean? Depends how you like them. I like them dead. He's eating my mana. Motherfucker's eating my mana. Get out of here. No one wants you. Get out of here and you're fucking eating my mana. I already eat my mana on his own. The one mod I haven't found, which I am fucking scared of, oh shit, is regenerates life. If I find one with like really high life regen, I am probably fucked because I don't do that much damage. Like, I really need to get like damage-wise gear upgrades. That's why I was really happy to get that that shield, but unfortunately it's only +2, and I found out arc doesn't go past 20. So at some point in time, I can actually not have to worry about getting plus to skills. But apparently, like, level 20 gems are like level 90, so we're talking like tier 17, tier 18, maybe tier 19. That's kind of the one thing that sucks, is like even as you level up, you're not going to be able to level your gems unless you have the plus that's going to give you to 20. But the fact that you can't go over 20, I think is actually, it might actually be a good balance to it. We'll have to find out and see. But it might actually be a really good balance to make sure that you can't power spike out of control, just like the limited drops for like upgrading your sockets. Like, I'm pretty sure the highest level ones aren't going to drop until probably tier 10 plus, because we just started getting, like, we've gotten 1, 2 of them for 5, let alone getting one for 6. So like, fuck, those were insane drops. Like, having the quality on arc and having all 4 of the gems is just like, what? It's so good. And actually I just realized it's only maybe it's 6, maybe they squeeze in there and they shrink together. I'm not sure if it's actually going to be 5 cap or 6 cap, because if it's 6 cap, like, we're talking level 95. It might be like 85 and then 90, or 80 and then 90, but I'm not sure. I haven't seen any, like, I don't know what tier Quinn was in when I was watching him today. But he finally hit maps. At least, yeah, he was doing tier 2 and 3, I think. And then he made it up eventually to tier 4. So he's probably, before he went to bed, he was probably got to tier 6. Either tier 5 or tier 6. Because he had like 3 maps left on, I think, tier 3. And that was at like 6 o'clock. So we're talking 9, almost 10 hours ago. And I don't know when, because he's in New Zealand, so I don't know what their time is. And I don't know what his schedule time is. And because he's on the subathon, I have no idea. All I know is he was live today when I was on break, and he was watching. I watched him because Asmund wasn't on. That's all I know. Holy shit, I think I might have just almost died there, but I grabbed a health thing at the last minute. Unsubscribed? Damn, son! Don't you mean... Fuck, this stream sucks? I know, right? It's terrible. It's absolutely awful. Unfollowed. Whatever. Yeah, there you go. That's the one you're looking for. Fuck it, right? I know. Why do you think there's only 2 people here? You know, the logical thing is, hey, if you're a good streamer, you're gonna get views. You build, they will come. But unfortunately, I'm based off of makeup and nails, hardcore video gaming, and like story writing. That doesn't exactly allow for you any stability in building an audience, which is why like 90% of the reason why I'm streaming is just like literally vlogs for the changes I have in ideas and how things shift and why my reasons for certain things. Because like when I go from, let's say, version 1.5 to 1.9, when I'm at 1.9, I don't remember 1.5, so I don't remember the reasoning for why I would have certain things. And sometimes I get into a wall where a previous version is the solution to my problem, but because I've already thought of it in the back of my mind subconsciously, it just doesn't appear as an option. So having the actual ability to go back and learn, like, see my explained reasoning for why I, like, put this in, why I wanted this to be this way, why I gave this specific description. It's why half the time when I'm reading and I go back and I'm like, wait, that doesn't sound right. Oh, I read that wrong because I meant this, and if you knew this information, you would understand why he said it in that way. Like, if you knew that Husai is human, you'd understand why there's different language as to, like, he sweats. His elbows, his knees, his nose. Like, just there's certain descriptions about him that clearly give away he is not, and like his voice, like the way that he speaks, like, you know, when it's like for instance, like the avians croak because they're birds. The octopi kind of gurgle because they're like octopi. I don't know what logic that is, but I just thought it would work. And then insectoids speak with their wings, so they're like a kind of a buzzing sound, like kind of. That'd be literally how they talk. It'd be like a fly buzzing in your ear, but you understand that it's talking to you. Like that's literally how I envision them talking. Because they have like suckers for mouths, so they don't actually really have mouths, so they don't really have vocal cords. So they've basically learned to communicate through their wings, and it's the intent of how do you say this? It's like it's the intent given to direct the language. Like, so the words you're saying don't necessarily mean anything. It's your conscious intent behind those words that is inferred to people. So there's also going to be like miscommunication between races because of how the translation works between the species and stuff. So it's like, and it'll give you this like, you know, slow evolution over the story of descriptions. And it's like, if you just are a person who picks up on that kind of stuff, you'll be like, oh dude, I totally understand why these characters have these specific descriptions set for them for these interactions, because these characters have this I don't know if I want to call it innate like understanding. And like two people who have conflicting views of the world trying to talk to each other about a topic may come out with two completely different translations at the end of the day. Oh, I completed the map! I didn't die! Holy shit, we finished the map! Fuck yeah. See, my build's not bad. I'm bad. My build's probably absolutely horrible, though. I just thought, because normally you'd stack for one thing, but I'm like, if they have lightning resistance, I'm fucked. So I might as well just go Raging Spirits, because Raging Spirits is fucking OP, but it also does elemental damage, but then I can have Arc, but then I also have Summons, which I can get rid of the Summons later, maybe if I don't need the Spirit. That's kind of the thought process. Because eventually I will get rid of the minions, and I will get rid of the Spirit. But not until I actually have items that are... Oh man, that's so close to being good. Actually, you know what? I could put that on. I could craft that for Chaos Resistance, Fire Resistance, Reduced Ignition. Okay, that's really fucking good. Oh, what am I doing? I don't want to sell that. I want to disenchant that. Keep that, and sell that.
See what you think.
Okay, that's actually really, really, really fucking good. Mage. No, Chaos Res, sorry. And then this one's ranged. Boom. Easiest decision of my life. But yeah, so this is the thing, Chase. I am officially a streamer because I have a hate watcher. That Dazed Weeks guy. This ain't bad. I'm off the beaten path of what I usually watch. Yeah, that's what I figured. That's why I was like, I wonder if he's gonna come into the stream tonight. We'll see. We'll see how long he sticks around. It'll be a good gauge of like interaction, you know? Because like usually by the 2-hour mark is where I'm like fucking drained and I stop talking. That's why it's like if I start my stream with like writing, I only go for like an hour and a half. Because after that point, it's like it's rough to like keep going, keep your mind together and everything. So easier just to then play video games, ramble on about random stuff, maybe contrive some sort of ideas, and then wind up dying a shit ton in a Dark Souls game like Wukong, Elden Ring, or in this case Path of Exile 2. And you know what the next one will be in February? Monster Hunter Wilds. Then you'll all get to watch me finally play a Monster Hunter game. And I am so excited that I'll be able to use Bowgun and Insect Glaive in the same map. So excited for that. My one thing that I think really sucked with World and Rise was with, for instance, Gunners. What ammo you took into the match was the ammo you had, and then you had normal shot. And that's what you had. You brought every material you could to craft as many bullets as you could, and you made sure those bullets counted. Now you just have an infinite amount in your storage chest. You go back to camp with a Farcaster, you just run back to camp, restock everything, and go back out into the battle. My first strong box. And by beaten, I mean basically paved line inside. Yeah, I watch Quinn when Asmon's not on. Period. That is... Oh, wait. Sorry. No, that's not true. That's not true. I watch Tasteless or Artosis. But that is purely for StarCraft content. I watch Quinn for, like, PoE and shit. And then I watch Asmon because he is the literal god of opinions. And he keeps up with, like, politics and shit like that. And, like, it gives me really, really, really good ideas. He also has really, really, really good ideas that I've actually stolen a bunch of his ideas and incorporated them. And whether it's successful or not is, like, I'm essentially building a catalog of videos for an alternate YouTube channel specifically for my book. For being like a very leave it in the dark. Oh god, I'm gonna get stuck. A leave it in the dark idea of like weekly, like literally like weekly episode releases where it's like people get addicted and they have to come back and like watch the story unfold like you're watching a TV show or something like that. So as I'm writing through the chapters and everything, and that's another idea. I watch streamers that are into retro games and then retro. I love retro stuff too. Like I love watching Nudahar do retro stuff. Asmon's played a couple of retro stuff. But a lot of stuff I'll just watch. Like I just watch on. Like I watch YouTube. I watch a lot of YouTube. I don't really watch live streams because with YouTube, if it's boring, I can skip through it. With live streams, if it's boring, you go to another stream. I.e. why no one's here, but it's all about, like, for me, the 10% that finishes off to make it 100%, from the 90% that the reason I do this is to create vlogs and ideas and come up with stuff from my book and, like, force me to do stuff with it and write, actually put it on paper and have ideas and put that out there and see if anyone takes it. The other 10% is completely and utterly... Oh, I electrocuted him. My mana, no! Is completely and utterly for... that's why I'm like, I have such a double-edged sword with having that, like, as my, like, all my profile pictures as me cross-dressed. Because it's like, oh, my fries. My fries! My friggin' frogger, frogger, frigger, frugers, froze. Actually, they're unfrozen, because I'm just going to leave, because I don't want to die when I'm going to grab this. I used to watch a lot of female streamers. Like back in like 2018, 2019, 2020-ish. One of the Path of Exile streamers, fuck, what was her name? Started with a V. I want to say Valerie, but I don't think it was Valerie. But kind of goth chick. Played PoE. I was like, fuck yeah, chick plays PoE. Let's go, boys. We got this shit. Alright, I'll be right back. Gotta flip my fries. Damn it, I was gonna grab chocolate milk. Damn it. Oh well. I will grabs it next time. I feel like my camera's fucked up. What happened here? It's just supposed to be... Oh shit, that's not right. The top of the moon. There. So you can see like the crescent moon of the Cheshire cat picture. Something I wanted to do, but I don't think it'll work. Actually, you know what? I'm going to try it right now. I'm going to try it right now because I've wanted to do this, but I just haven't done it. And it'll take me like less than the amount of time it'll take me to put this fucking thing back on my goddamn earbud. Yeah, literally, I would have already been done doing it, but I can't get this fucking thing because it keeps getting stuck in my ear. There we go. Okay, we got it. Holy shit. Alright, 1 second. Does that show it? Oh, you can't really see it that well. I think the nail's too high. It's my, get out of the way. Well, I guess I can go the other way. Yeah, there. My bleach wall scroll. I've had that thing since I think 2006? 2007? 2007 I would have been in grade 10. Probably, yeah, 2006, 2007. Because, like, grade 9, grade 10 was when I got into anime. And now I'm so stoked that 1000 Year Blood War is out. And it is so fucking good. I still... The site I watch it on broke, so I tried to watch it last night. Because I tried to watch Fairy Tail and they were both borked. Because the subtitles wouldn't work on them. I don't know why the subtitles wouldn't work. Subtitles wouldn't work. Actually, that looks pretty cool. So we got like the Cheshire cat there, and then we got Ichigo on this side, and you can't really tell that it's Ichigo. So maybe I'll lower the nail, but I can't do that now because it's literally in a closet door. So I have to like fucking hammer that shit in. But yeah, maybe I'll lower that down so you can see Ichigo on that side and the Cheshire cat. I think that'd be cool. I was just thinking of things to like put in the background and everything. Because I just literally have a fucking closet behind me. And I was thinking about like moving it to the other side of the room or whatever, because the entire other side of the room is empty. But I'm like, my original plan was just to put a green screen behind me. But I'm like, I like the aesthetic of having some, like when I'm watching videos and stuff, I like seeing the aesthetic of like the setting of where the person is in the video. Like if they're showing their face. Like, my two best examples for that are Charlie, i.e. Moist Critical, i.e. Penguin Zero, and Mudahar, i.e. Ordinary Gamers. Like, just seeing their setups is just so cool. And then for Asmon, it's just like, oh cool, it's his room and stuff. But you don't really see anything. But it's like, versus like people who have green screens on and stuff, like Artosis and Tasteless. Well, actually, no, you can see Tasteless's room. But Artosis has a really cool background, though. His shit's fucking dope. But, I don't know. Always something to work on, that's the thing, is ABC, always be cheating. Also be improving, though. Always be cheating. Like, I'm trying to get this stupid, like, thing centered. But every time I move my chair, because it literally, I took the wheels off of it because it kept, like, it would just move too easily because the wheels didn't have any lock function on them. So I took the wheels off of them, but I have hardwood floor, so it's just like, you know, I kind of just like scooted across the ground, and then it's not where it originally was. And then I'm like sitting back here and I'm like, wait, look at the camera, am I like even fucking centered at all? Power of thirds? Power of thirds? I'm supposed to be the third between, like, the poster and the wall. That was, like, when I had the original setup, that was the idea, but I couldn't get over that far, and the camera wouldn't work right. And then every time I tried to put it somewhere else, it was just in the way because of how my desk is set up. And then I tried to, like, turn around my desk, because basically how I have the desk, like, there's a wall here, and I have the desk in front of me, and then I have, it's an L-shaped desk, and then the L shape goes out in front, and there's a window on this wall, and then my PC is literally, like, on top of the desk. So it's like, that wing of the L desk is strictly for the PC, and, like, all my makeup and, like, skin shit and stuff, like, frickin', if I can, where is it? This one? No, this one. Like, all my shit, and then there's the PC. It's like the room's empty, and then there's the TV, my monitor. And I have it on a Lazy Susan so I can spin it around towards the bed. It's like I got my anime posters and shit. But yeah, that's the basic setup. And then there's like the bongs, Cheshire, you know, the rest of the room and shit. All my stuff, work stuff, all that fun stuff. Yeah, that's the setup. There we go. I'm just killing time until my food's ready, because I know I don't want to go back into that map because I'm going to die. But I'm thinking now, I'm going to time out. And I had it where I was sitting in town, and I was literally walking back to the portal, thinking in my head, I wonder if it's been 15 minutes and the instance is going to close. And as I go to click on the portal, it disappears. And I'm like, fuck! Well, I guess I'm restarting that map. I stood in town too long. So I've tried not to stand in town and actually be in the map. That way the portals won't disappear. And I gotta figure out how to go to the hideout. Like, do I have to get past tier 2 or tier 1 before I can go to the hideout? Because it says I don't have a hideout. I don't know how to assign a hideout. I don't know who to talk to. I know it's, like, bugged. I think, what did... Quinn said something about... going to the waypoint, going to Act 3, and going to the past. Ziggurat encampment past. And I think because this waypoint is separate from the rest, like I tried to go back to do Agarat in normal, and if you go back to normal in Act 3, if it'll fucking load, you can't go to the past. Because if you go to Act 3, it says go through the portal to go to Cruel difficulty. Which I've never actually tried. Let's do it. I've never actually tried. I like that black shit. Black shit?
Hey, boss, get down from there.
Context? Sorry, I'm high and I'm zoned out. Oh, level 15 gem! We can get Raging Spirits! Oh no, it's not a Spirit Gem, never mind. We can get Firewall or we can get Conductivity. We're gonna get Conductivity, because that's our damage. What are we doing? We're gonna go through the portal and see what happens. Quest complete! But I've already done it before. That's so weird. That's why it's in early access. Figure out the bugs now, boys. Okay, so now go back to the waypoint. Oh no. Uh-oh. 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 I think mistakes were made. Oh, the environment. I see. Okay, I don't know what happened, but I'm stuck. What the fuck? Why doesn't the waypoint work? I just want to go to a hideout. This isn't fair. Why the I just bork myself? And I was like, wait, I used a portal. Does that mean I fucked my map? Or is there a separate portal system? Do I literally have to go find the fucking waypoint? Yeah, no, the environment in this game is so fucking beautiful. Okay, I guess I borked the game. Yeah, but I generally just don't report bugs because I'm lazy. Someone else will do it. Something dropped. Okay. Oh man, that sucks. Okay, I need to figure out how to get to my hideout, because normally that's what you would do. You just go /hideout, and it just take you to your hideout. But since I don't have a hideout, you should see my fucking. If it doesn't port over my hideout from PoE1, I'm gonna be so mad. I spent so much. I've made like 8 or 9 different hideouts, and the current one I have, I will never replace it. It is fucking perfection. It is everything I want out of a fucking zone. Okay, no, this is bad. Like I have no idea where the fucking waypoint even would be on this map. I just literally borked myself. And even if I didn't bork the portal, by the time I get back to the portal, it's gonna be borked. I'm just way too experimented to hold down any shit. And I gotta go grab my food. Fuck. I should've just stayed in the map. I'm a fucking idiot. Come on, give me a waypoint, give me a zone, give me a fucking something. I don't want to kill the fucking boss. Bitch. fucking got annihilated. Level 34 area. This is fucking stupid. Why? Oh, I think I know what happened. Okay. 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 I know what happened. I'm not in cruel difficulty. I thought I went back to cruel. I'm at the end of the world in normal difficulty. Now I'm in cruel. I can't use the portal to get back. I have to actually progress through here, through the riverbank, and go back to Act 1 to have access to the waypoint. It's not a bug, it's a feature! It makes sense for the storyline wise, because the world literally gets blown up at the end. And we're like, oh fuck, okay, let's go to the future. Yeah, okay. This isn't that big of a map. Even for the starting area, it's still a pretty big map. Like the Stranded Vale in PoE 1. Like, or the Twilight Strand, sorry. Twilight Strand. Yeah, I know. Everything is so smooth. Okay. You're a bug. I believe in you. You have the power. You have the power, I believe. I'm a believer, man. I'm a believer in you. Yeah, this guy's taking forever to kill. Holy shit. Okay. Go to the encampment. Now we should be able to use the waypoint. Now we can go back. We want to go into Act 3, Cruel into the Past. Actually, we want to go to Endgame and see if our fucking portal is still there. Map in progress. I want to teleport there. End game. Why won't it let me click on it? What the fuck? Okay, I guess we just go to Act 3. I'm so confused. I don't know what the fuck I did. I think I borked it. Okay, I'm exiting the game and reopening it. Now, if my character's actually borked, I will do a bug report. Because that's actually fucked. If for some reason I can't, it won't let me go back to the refuge. Uh-oh. Oh, fuck. Uh-oh. Are we gonna have to play a Marauder? Oh, no. Cross your fingers, boys. We might be fucked. I'm gonna try to log in on my monk. Just to prove it's not the game, it's my fucking character. Fuck. Because I'm not supposed to be able to get to this place. This is supposed to be where my hideout is. So the fact I don't have a hideout is like fucked. Okay. Okay, I still don't understand. How do I get to my hideout? Travel to the Chaos Temple. Toggle ground. That's just underground. Can you toggle? No. Click to travel. There's nothing here that's like hideout. Reliquary vault. I have absolutely no idea. Map attempted. Yeah, I lost my map. And I don't know how to get back here. Okay. Wait. Hidden. No, that's where my character is. Supposedly. But I can't go to the Ziggurat Refuge. Do I have to talk to an NPC? Yeah, more bots. Woot. Yeah, I don't know what to do. Okay, I'm fucking looking this shit up. I've finished the campaign, however, my Act 3 Cruel Town is stuck in the past with only a waypoint and no portal. When I'm doing maps, I have to go back to Act 2 in order to salvage items. Any suggestions to fix this? But you can sell and disenchant right next to the map device? Yes, but can't salvage items. Okay, but he's not... Like, I don't have a fucking map device. Like, what? That's like not the issue I'm having. I can't find anything that says like someone's like stuck in... Okay, who is this guy? I think we're both stuck. Whisper this player. Are you stuck too? Alright, we're getting to the bottom of this shit. Okay, well he DC'd. I'm fucking stuck. Oh, wait! No, that's present. That's present. That's it. Oh, there it is. I'm a fucking idiot. Holy shit, I'm a fucking idiot. It's an actual waypoint. Maybe one of these is the entrance to a hideout? I didn't even explore this area because I'm fucking idiot. I need to go grab my food. Fuck. I'm so dumb. This game is just ruining my life. For the opposite of Asmon's videos, this game changed my life. Yeah, it ruined my fucking life. Yeah, there's nothing here, I'm pretty sure. I might have even explored it before. And wait, what? My map's still here? Fuck yeah! Oh, hell yeah, dude! I just forget every time I leave and go back, I lose a portal. So I should probably stop doing that. Which means... if it doesn't disappear, I'm leaving. We've what, one portal left? 3 portals left. Okay. I'm gonna go grab food. I will be right back. let's bring something up. What should we bring up? Oh, I know a good one to bring up. I don't think I have this guy. There we go. Okay. My true inspiration.
Today's story is about one of the most famous paranormal events in history. But it's not
Mr.
famous because of how
Ballin.
outlandish the details are. Instead, it's famous for its credibility. Not only were there 12 witnesses who saw this thing happen, but also there was a NASA engineer who investigated this event and ultimately concluded that it must have happened because of tangible proof. But before we get into that story, if you're a fan of the strange, dark, and mysterious delivered in story format, then you've come to the right place because that's all we do and we upload once a week. So if that's of interest to you, please replace the like button's stick deodorant with cream cheese. Also, please subscribe to our
That
channel
was
and
pretty
turn on
good.
all notifications.
That was pretty good.
So you don't
I'll
miss
give him
any
that.
of our weekly uploads.
That was pretty fucking
Okay,
good.
let's get into today's story.
My favorite one he did, he literally had the bloopers in it, and it was when the like button is out on vacation, go into their house and put raw dead fish in their air conditioner. And when they ask about what the smell is, gaslight them into thinking there is no smell. Fucking gold. Final Fantasy 14 is now on. Hell yeah. I'd go back and play 14, man. If PoE 2 wasn't out now, if I get bored of PoE 2, maybe that's the next thing I should go before Monster Hunter.
Around 9 p.m. on December 29, 1980, a 57-year-old woman named Vicky Landrum rode in the front seat of her friend Betty Cash's car, while her 7-year-old grandson, named Colby, who she was raising, sat between them. The three of them had just had dinner at a truck stop and were now on their way home, driving down a dark wooded highway near Huffman, Texas,
I have
which
a
is a
cheese
small
belt
town
where my
about
cat
30
beaver
miles
smell
northeast
like
of
it's
Houston.
sniffing.
As they drove down the road,
Something.
Vicky began to notice the windshield was fogging up from how cold it was outside and how warm it was inside the car. And so Vicky turned on the defroster. And as the windshield began to clear, Vicky noticed
my
this
worst thing
bright
is like
light right out in front of
finding
them up over the trees.
like
And
random
at first,
fries.
Vicky just figured,
They're
they're
like,
close to the Houston
you know,
airport, and so that light must
a
just
lost
be an
end
airport.
bit of a
But
piece of fry
as the trio
sweeping up
continued
like a
driving
month
down
later.
this
I'm like,
winding
where's
highway road,
last time I
that
had
light that Vicky
fries?
really thought was a
Like,
plane
what the
landing
fuck?
appeared to just kind of hover in the trees. And actually, as they drove, the light almost appeared to get closer and closer to
I'm gonna
them.
drop my
So it
mic
didn't really
'cause
seem
my
like it
jaw
was a plane.
fucks up.
Now, at first,
You don't
Vicky
need to
thought
hear
this was
that.
just kind of interesting and was curious about this light. But as they got closer and closer to this light, it became very obvious that the inside of the car was getting much warmer and stuffier than any of the heat settings would allow it to get, to the point where Vicky was actually sweating and panting from the heat. Now, all of this was happening really quickly, and so Vicky sort of went from being curious to being kind of anxious. Like, what was going on here? Like, does this light have something to do with the heat they're experiencing in the car? And then all of a sudden, the light that appeared to be sort of behind the trees suddenly came right out in front of the car, and Vicky screamed at Betty, "Stop!" And Becky jammed on the brakes, and they came to a stop, and blocking their path, maybe 100 feet in front of them, just hovering over the road, is this strange-looking aircraft aimed right at them. This craft was the strange light. For a moment, all three of them just stared in shock at this craft, like it was so unexpected and so unbelievable that this had happened. But then Vicky, who's sitting there still panting and sweating, she's looking out and she's realizing this craft she's looking at looks nothing like any other aircraft she had ever seen. The craft was a bit bigger than a car, it was diamond-shaped, and it was letting out these strange, loud roaring sounds, almost like an engine. It appeared to be glowing red hot, and periodically, with those loud roaring sounds it was making, fire would appear to shoot out the bottom of the craft, scorching the pavement right under it. And again, this strange craft is just hovering there right over the ground, appeared to be aimed directly at Vicky, Betty, and Colby. Pretty quickly, Colby began to cry. He was scared. But Betty, the driver, she said she couldn't go anywhere. The road was too thin. She couldn't really turn around very easily, and she couldn't drive straight and go under the craft and risk being burned by the flames. And so they were just kind of trapped there. And so Vicky and Betty sort of looked at each other like, okay, we're gonna wait it out and hope this craft just eventually flies away. But after several minutes, and the craft still had not departed, it was still blocking their way and periodically spitting fire into the ground, Vicky and Betty are like, well, let's get out and see what's going on here. Let's investigate. By this point, their fear and anxiety around this had sort of been replaced by just genuine human curiosity. I mean, what the heck is this thing? And so Betty, the driver, she gets out, and Vicky, she tells her grandson, stay in the car, so Colby's right here, and Vicky gets out, and the second she does, and she now has an unobstructed view at this craft, she suddenly remembered this Bible verse. So Vicky was very religious, and she had read in the Bible that one day Jesus would return to the earth, and when he did, he would return in a rain of fire. And so all of a sudden, Vicky believed that what she was looking at was not some aircraft, but the second coming of Jesus Christ. This was like a highly spiritual moment for her. But just as Vicky was about to go forward and actually inspect this thing up close, she heard Colby call out for her. He was crying hysterically. He was totally scared and upset. And so this kind of broke Vicky out of her trance. She turned around and went back to the car to comfort Colby. And when she got back to the car, she found Colby scrunched up on the floor underneath the dashboard like he was trying to shield himself from this craft. And so Vicky, she got right down there with him. She wrapped her arms around Colby and began praying with him to try to calm him down. But while Vicky and Colby were praying inside the car, Betty remained outside of the car, just staring at this craft. And it went on like this for about 10 minutes until Vicky, who's still tucked down there with Colby, heard that roaring sound coming from the aircraft get noticeably louder, like it was about to do something. And so Vicky poked her head up and she looked out the windshield, and sure enough, this craft was beginning to take off. It was getting higher and higher off the ground. Flames were shooting out the bottom of it. Betty was still outside staring at it. And then before long, this craft had shot straight up into the air and began taking off up and away from them at a really steep angle. And at the same time, Vicky suddenly saw this swarm of all these helicopters, these military-style helicopters, go right up around this craft, like they were escorting it. And then the craft and all these helicopters took off into the horizon and disappeared. After they were all gone, Vicky realized that what she had just witnessed was not the second coming of Christ. Because of these military helicopters that arrived as this craft took off, it told Vicky and also Betty that very likely this was just a US military exercise of some sort. And so a few moments later, Betty came back to the car and sat in the driver's seat, and Vicky, she climbed back into her seat and lifted Colby up to the middle seat as well. And for a moment, the three of them just sat there in silence. I mean, there's nothing blocking their way anymore. They're just sort of trying to process what just happened. Eventually, Betty just put the car in drive and began driving straight ahead, crossing right over that scorch mark on the pavement where the craft had been. About 45 minutes later, Betty pulled up to Vicky's house and parked the car. Vicky and Colby, they got out, they said goodbye to Betty. They didn't really talk about what they had just seen, they just said goodnight. And then Vicky and Colby headed inside the house. And as much as both of them did have things to say about whatever it was they saw, they just continued not to talk about it. They both were just kind of eager to go to bed. However, as Vicky was putting Colby to bed, he began to complain that his stomach hurt, and at the same time, Vicky began to realize that she also didn't feel very well. And shortly after that, both of them were vomiting in the bathroom. And this scared Vicky. She tried to tell herself that, maybe the reason they were sick is because they ate some bad food at that truck stop. But deep down, Vicky was very concerned that their nausea was somehow connected to that strange craft. And so it was a very long night, with Vicky and Colby being nauseous most of the time, but eventually they both did fall asleep. And then when Vicky got up the next morning, she still felt awful. And so Vicky, she rolled out of bed and made her way to the bathroom. And when she looked at herself in the mirror, she gasped. Her skin was bright red and blistered, like she had had this horrible sunburn. At this point, she knew whatever was going on here, it had to do with that craft. She just knew it. And so Vicky instinctively rushed to Colby's room to check on him to see if his skin was all blistered and red, and she found he was still sleeping, but she could see his skin was red and blistered in some places, but not nearly as bad as Vicky's. And so Vicky, she began thinking about the night before, and she remembered she had gotten out of the car and gotten closer to the craft. So she was sort of more exposed to the craft, if you will, than Colby, who stayed in the car and tucked himself down underneath the dashboard the whole time. And so maybe Vicky's exposure to the craft was higher than Colby's, which is why she looked worse. But as Vicky was thinking this through, she remembered that Betty had actually stayed outside the car for 10-15 minutes, much longer than Vicky had, the whole time just staring directly at this craft. And so immediately Vicky was worried that, if this is what happened to me, I can only imagine what shape Betty is in. And so Vicky ran to the phone, she picked it up and she dialed Betty's number, and she listened, and it just kept on ringing and ringing. Betty didn't answer. Now, at this point, Vicky was in a full-blown panic, not only because she was worried about Betty, but also, she doesn't really know what's wrong with her or with Colby. She doesn't know if their sickness is going to get worse or better. Currently, she felt horrible. She was nauseous. Her skin seemed to be practically falling off. Colby was in less bad shape, but still not healthy. And also, Vicky didn't have the money to even go to the doctor to get looked at. And so as much as Vicky really wanted right now to just go check on Betty, go drive to her house and check on her, she couldn't. She needed to focus on herself and her grandson first and make sure they were okay before she did anything else. And so over the next few days, Vicky and Colby stayed home. They slowly regained their strength. And over those few days, Vicky actually would get Betty on the phone. And Betty would tell her that yes, she's also dealing with similar symptoms, but she was okay, which was very reassuring to Vicky. However, Vicky also knew that Betty was not a complainer, and even if she did have horrendous symptoms, she was not the type of person who would necessarily tell Vicky. She would sort of tough it out. Finally, after 5 days, Vicky felt strong enough to go check on Betty in person. However, when she got to Betty's house and went inside, she called out for Betty, but there was no answer. The house was eerily quiet. And so Vicky began walking around Betty's house looking for Betty, and eventually, Vicky walked down a hallway and reached Betty's bedroom, and the door was shut. Vicky called out for Betty, but there was no answer from inside. And so feeling kind of scared at this point, Vicky reached down, she turned the handle and opened the door, and immediately she saw Betty on her bed. And Betty looked horrible. She was barely conscious. Her entire body was red and blistered and bleeding. There was vomit all over the bed sheets, and there were all these huge clumps of Betty's hair littering her pillow. And so Vicky was horrified. She rushed inside, she scooped her friend up, and between the two of them, they kind of hobbled out of the house. Vicky put Betty in her car, and they sped to the hospital. A few hours later, Vicky was waiting in the emergency room where Betty was being treated, when Betty's doctor walked into the waiting room, at which point Vicky stood up and rushed over to him and said, "Hey, what's going on with Betty? What happened to her? What's going on?" But the doctor just shook his head and said, your friend, her skin is literally peeling off her face in sheets, and there are blisters breaking out all over her body. He told Vicky that her symptoms reminded him of radiation poisoning. However, he also told Vicky that that was basically impossible. For Betty, a woman who lives in rural Texas, where would she go to come in contact with something that radioactive? It just seemed not possible, so that couldn't be it. But Vicky, when she heard this, felt like she knew exactly how Betty came in contact with something highly radioactive. It had to be that craft. And so without even thinking about it, Vicky began pouring out the story of how her and Betty had seen this light, and then this craft appeared on the road, and it was shooting fire, and then it flew off with helicopters all around it. But as she was wrapping up her story, Vicky was suddenly overcome with embarrassment, because the doctor was now staring at her like she was totally out of her mind. Thank you to BetterHelp for sponsoring today's video. As many of you may already know, therapy, but the world's therapy online is 2 days want from a therapy session, BetterHelp month of therapy. A month later, in early February of 1981, Vicky was at her kitchen table with the phone pressed to her ear. She was calling her local senator, who she had already written to try to tell him about the strange aircraft she had seen that made her friend sick. But Vicky did not have high hopes about this phone call, because she had already been ignored so many times by so many people when it came to this story. So by this point, Vicky and her grandson Colby had basically recovered from their nausea and their burns. However, Betty had not recovered. She was still cycling in and out of the hospital, she was in constant pain, she still had burns all over her, and in fact, because of all these symptoms, she had had to move in with her brother. Now, Vicky was certain that all these symptoms Betty had were radiation sickness caused by the radiation from this aircraft they came in contact with, but it was like everybody they told about this aircraft didn't believe them. Just then, Vicky heard a woman's voice break through the hold music. It was the local senator's secretary. And so Vicky quickly explained why she was calling and why she really wanted to talk to the local senator, but the secretary just told Vicky that, yep, she'll pass this along to the senator and he'll be in touch. And then she hung up. And for Vicky, this was the moment she snapped. She felt like trying to navigate the proper channels to try to figure out what this aircraft was and what happened to Betty was not working, because clearly nobody was taking her seriously. And so Vicky slammed the phone down and just sat there frustrated, having no idea what to do. But as she sat there, Vicky remembered there was actually one place she had not called yet, specifically because she didn't want to call this place. It was a UFO research center, and Vicky hadn't called because she did not believe the craft she had seen was a UFO. She believed it was a military aircraft because she had seen the helicopters escorting it away, and that made the most sense. It had to be military. But if she called the UFO research center and people found out about that, it would make her look even crazier because now she's claiming the craft was aliens or something. But now Vicky felt like she had run out of options. So she picked up the phone, grabbed the piece of paper with the number on it, and dialed. A couple days later, a scientist named John Schuessler drove down the winding wooded highway into Huffman, Texas. He was going to meet up with Vicky. John was an aerospace engineer for NASA. However, he also spent a lot of time investigating UFO sightings. Vicky's call to that UFO research center had created a lot of excitement in the UFO community, and the story had eventually found its way to John, who decided he would take on the case. Now, to be clear, John was not into researching UFO sightings in order to prove they really happened. Actually, it was sort of the opposite. He would look into reported UFO sightings in order to prove they were not UFOs. He would find a rational, scientific explanation that debunked the sighting. That's sort of what he did. And so with Vicky's case, that was his intention, to go to Huffman, Texas, talk to Vicky, and explain away with science and rationale what happened here. That this was not, aliens. This was something ordinary, like a government aircraft. And so John eventually got to Vicky's house, and he went inside and he chatted with Vicky, and she talked him through all the details of the story. And then eventually they both left Vicky's house, they hopped in their respective cars and headed out to go to the actual site where this had happened. And when they got there and John got out of the car, he didn't need Vicky to direct him to the specific site, because right in front of him was this really obvious black circle right in the middle of the road, as if the road itself had been melted and then re-solidified and actually looked different. And Vicky said, that's where it was. That's where the craft was hovering. Those marks are from the craft. Now, this was great evidence that a craft really had been here, but John wanted more. He needed to figure out what kind of craft this really was.
Yeah, agreed. Black Desert Online looks amazing. Have you seen Crimson Desert, the single-player version of it that's going to come out? It actually looks pretty good. It's like a Dark Souls kind of thing, but it's Black Desert, but it's Crimson Desert, so it's single player, it's not online, it's not an MMO. But yeah, it looks fucking amazing. That's one of the things about, everyone's kind of complaint with Final Fantasy XIV is the graphic fidelity. But they did do the graphic overhaul. I haven't seen it or played anything with it, and there are also mods that you can get to make the game look like fucking cyberpunk. It's actually pretty fucking crazy.
And so he told Vicky he was going to leave and go canvass the area for witnesses, and he told her he would keep her updated. So Vicky left, and John drove up the road until he reached some campsites and farmhouses. And John systematically went from door to door and tent to tent, asking anybody if they had seen or heard any aircraft or anything strange on the night of December 29th. Now, going into this, John didn't really know what to expect from these people he was asking. I mean, he's some random...
I had one really big issue with Final Fantasy XIV. I don't know if it was my graphics card or what, but everything was so dark. Like, literally, I'd go into a cave and, you could not see anything. I had, max brightness on. I don't know what the fuck it was. And, I'd go to the same area with my brother, and I'd look at his screen, and I'd look at my screen, and I'd be like, why the fuck doesn't my screen look like your screen? And, yeah. It's because I always use a freaking TV. And then just, between the refresh rate, screen tear, lighting, settings, it's brutal. Because PoE looks fucking amazing on my monitor, but on my TV, it's, kind of scriggled and scraggled. But it, as far as I can tell, it doesn't show that on the stream. It's just because the TV's so big, it's trying to work with too many pixels at once. So the problem, it's the main problem with playing a reactionary game when you're using a TV is you have such a high level of delay compared to a normal monitor.
Scientists showing up uninvited at people's homes, asking if they've seen strange lights in the sky. However, every single person he spoke to said that yes, they had seen that aircraft on December 29th. However, they were obviously just farther away than Vicky and Betty and Colby had been. So now, John felt like he had enough information to speak directly with military officials. However, when he contacted all the military bases in the area, all those officials he spoke to told him absolutely that on December 29th, there were 0 military operations happening. John found this very frustrating because to him, it seemed very clear that these officials were just lying to him. But what they were lying about and why was unclear. So John actually went to these military bases to speak to the officials face to face. And when he did, he showed them all the witness testimonies saying what they had seen on December 29th. And he also told them that with his own eyes, he had seen the black scorched mark on the pavement, where the pavement seemed to have literally melted in a ring and re-solidified from the heat of this craft. And to John, I mean, that scorch mark almost proved something had been there, very likely a military craft. But all these military leaders, despite hearing this and hearing John's testimony, they just said, you know what, you can gather up all the evidence you think you have here, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't prove that we were in the area. There was no military craft there that night. And
Fuck
so
the
bottom
government.
line was, the military was adamant they were not involved. And so the case really began to stall. John went home, but he couldn't stop thinking about the case, and so he kept in touch with his witnesses and periodically checked in with military officials, but nothing seemed to change, except that Betty continued to get sicker and sicker, and Vicky actually began to develop other serious symptoms, like developing cataracts in one of her eyes. And then, John got a frantic call from one of his witnesses. They told him they had just seen something truly incredible. And as John listened to the story, he felt his heart sink, because now he knew the military had been lying to him about being out there on December 29th. Clearly they had been, and very likely it was their aircraft that had made Betty, Vicky, and Colby so sick. But now, John also knew that any hope he had of proving this was now literally gone, because the witness told him that black government vehicles had rolled up to the incident site out on that road, and they'd come along with construction vehicles, and for no clear traffic-related reason, they had cut up one particular stretch of that road, taken it with them, and left. And that particular stretch of road that was removed just happened to be the exact spot where that scorch mark had been left by the craft. It was like they were taking the evidence and getting rid of it. Now, John himself was not able to literally go back to the road and see for himself where the pavement had been cut. However, not long after John learned this information, a group of UFO scientists descended on the road to find this scorch mark, or to prove it had been cut out and taken away like the witness had said. And sure enough, when they got out there, they didn't find the scorch mark. Instead, they found nice, fresh, brand new pavement. The strange event that Vicky, Betty, and Colby experienced on the night of December 29, 1980, is widely considered to be one of the most famous and credible UFO sightings of all time. It's now known as the Cash Landrum incident, after Betty and Vicky's last names, and to this day, nobody has been able to come up with a rational explanation for what happened if it wasn't a UFO. To this day, the US government maintains that they did not have any military operations happening on December 29th. However, they did say when it comes to cutting out the road and paving over it, that was just for routine maintenance. They were not trying to hide evidence. As for Vicky and Betty, over the years, their health continued to deteriorate. They ultimately filed a lawsuit against the government, but because they couldn't actually prove that the aircraft even existed or that it caused their health problems, their lawsuit was ultimately dismissed. Both women would eventually die from cancer, which Colby believes is a direct result from radiation exposure. As for Colby, he's still alive and continuing to seek answers.
You know what we say to that? I'm not subscribed on this channel? I think he'd have something to say about that.
That whole project is being run illegally.
These are brand new witnesses, and they've got bombshell information to talk about.
These technologies are unsanctioned. They are illegal operations, and this can be proven in any court of law.
It's like, wow, nobody's coming after us. We're gonna do this until we can get away with it.
They would have so much control over everything if they had that.
If this information was all released, it could fall into the wrong hands.
They're using security as a cover for illicit or illegal or even treasonous activities.
The members of Congress didn't have the detailed information of the precise location.
Where they keep the bodies, the craft, the debris, all the evidence that we've been searching for the last 80 years.
He knew how to keep a secret. Secrets were his stock and trade.
They're literally making their own money to fund their own projects.
We have a source currently in the deep black world.
It doesn't matter if you're president of the United States, you're not going to talk about that.
There was this large monolithic slab. Looked like it was elevated off of the ground.
It is traumatic.
Look, this is the most top secret shit you've ever heard of.
So, you want to hear something fucked up about that? I'm just thinking, should I even say this? I don't know. Okay. So, the source of this, I made this up, of course, right? But it's like, my dad is huge into conspiracy theories and stuff too, right? Like, he's the one who introduced me to Dr. Greer. Not, like, really, but, you know, showed him to me, so I know who he is, and, because I love conspiracies, shit like that, especially for, like, my book is literally built on a conspiracy that the monarchy is holding down the people in order to procreate, create more life, so an entity can come and eat all things, is the basis of it. But the story goes that the first time that Donald Trump was elected president, he was sat down with like the high ups of like the deep black, and they put a bullet on the table, and the bullet had his name on it, and they said, if you ever talk about this kind of stuff, that bullet literally has your name on it. And they said that to literally the just inaugurated sitting president of the United States. And the running conspiracy theory in this circle is the reason that JFK was assassinated was because he was not going to go along with it, and he was going to tell people. So they killed him. Good old backstory lore of conspiracies. Alright, back to the map, finally, okay. Distractions. We're back to the map. That's what matters. We're back in it, back on it, back in it! Gonna die, but that's okay. I gotta be careful, I don't know what I'm fighting anymore. If I was safe. I'm definitely not safe. I need to get my health. It's one of the worst problems of like starting off as the Blood Mage is you gotta ramp up to get your health, and then you're pretty good to go. But everything costs so much now, and I have like no mana and no health. It's like, fuck. Need some last hits. Ooh, there we go. We're good now. As long as we don't get hit, we can blast through everything, and then we'll be fine. Oh, another dead end. What map is this? Slick. Odd map name. Oh, this is the black stuff you were talking about. I wasn't even paying attention to the map. The tar, that's why it's called Slick. Okay. That is, yeah, this is a Vol City. This is freaking cool. low on mana. I'm not using my mana pots. I'm using those for bosses. Or rares. Oh, that is a rare. Never mind. I'm an idiot. I thought they were just champions. I didn't know they were rares. That's okay. They didn't drop anything. Yeah, look at that. Okay. That right there is the first time I've seen the sky. That is quite obviously the moon. Like, that is some detail. Like, holy shit. That is so cool. Just that specific angle of being able to see the moon. And the reflection. Like, holy fuck. Starforge PC, boys. Greatest PCs in the universe. Yeah. We're like, we're like full max everything, right? Ultra quality plus. Wait, you can change the textures now? You couldn't change the textures before. Oh shit. I don't know what that did, but it had to have done something. Oh dude, look at the spell effects. Oh dude, they must have updated it. Cause you literally couldn't select the option before. I am so glad I looked at the options. You learn something new every day. But yeah, look at my skulls now, and look at the environment. Like, holy shit. All right, we're rocking, and we're sitting at 35%. Wukong only brought us up to 80 at max graphics. But it had, like, other kind of compatibility. Last time I checked, you couldn't select the HDR either. Yeah, you can't select HDR. That's what you get for having an RX 7700 XT. Which I found out outperformed a 4060. So I basically have like a 4060.5, a 4065. Which is like the only reason like top end PCs are so expensive is because of the scarcity of 4090s. And that's China's fault. That's all China's fault for buying up all the 4090s so they can reproduce them in shittier quality. Because they have a chip embargo. Fuck! Fuck! Do you see how fast I fucking died? God damn it. Fuck. Wait, what is that? That's literally the same map. Literally the same map. Fuck. Streaming and playing is fucking hard, man. It was fine during the campaign because I just like, okay, I know where to go. I've explored the map. I just have to re-kill the monsters. But here it's like I'm literally running out of resources. Yeah, man, like, I literally, like, didn't have a TV till I was 13. I had, like, a laptop till I was, like, 21. My first real PC was, like, 2016, and I had a 1080 in it. That was the first PC I ever built for myself. It was an actual tower. And then my brother-in-law gave me, oh, for fuck's sakes. One with a 50 RTX RX AMD 5060, 5600, something like that. It was like slightly better than the 1080, and it was like new. But He wanted like the tower for the aesthetics, and his was like, oh, literally, well, no, you can't really see it, but it's literally got like a hand. It's like a handheld kind of thing. It's meant to be portable because you go to like lands and stuff like that. But you know, he's married with kids now, so he wanted the tower. Oh my god. Okay, let's try this again. I'm level 70. Am I losing XP? I can't be losing XP. Because I literally just died. Wait, I just opened the map. It's what I like. Yeah, I had... the biggest issue I had was it had an NVIDIA in it, which is like, you know, 1080. Obviously, it was NVIDIA. Oh my god, a good drop. Don't die. A good drop. Something dropped. It was a map. Something dropped. Okay. We've replenished the map if we can pick it up. Which we're seeming to be unable to pick up the map. We are seemingly unable to pick up the map. And we've already electrocuted them. This is bad. This is bad. Okay. Okay. Pick up the map. Pick up the room. Kill them all. Fuck. Okay. I think we're good. Jesus Christ, that's scary. Gotta do what you gotta do, though. Next thing you know, you'll be on the list. And I'm checking it twice. And you're going down. Where it shouldn't be. Yeah. Series S, for sure. That's what my brother's running. I'm pretty sure he has a 4080S. Oh my god, I'm getting fucking destroyed. What is this? Minions, save me. He eats my mana so I can't even get close. And there's jumpy boys. And the chains. Oh my god, I'm gonna die because of the fucking slows. Jesus. Fuck. This is insane. Okay. Okay, we're good. We're good.
It's about time.
He's trying to chain me. He can't chain me. I am unchained, motherfucker! You are chained with my arc, bitch. Oh, it's just stuck to a dead mob. Animation glitch. There it goes. It's gone now. Easy peasy. We need to get hell. We need to chain fucking last hit these guys. Okay, here's another rare. Take them down. Slowly but surely. Don't die. Don't let them jump on your dick. That's not what it's for. Okay, I think we got him. He dead. He's just raising the skeletons and then Arc is bouncing between them. He dead. Alright. We're going places. This map is going places. Not places we want to go, though. The places we will go. I'm not even gonna get... I thought we were gonna get to, like, at least tier 3. I'm like... there's a chance I don't even finish tier 1. We got, like, 4 hours left. And I've done 3 maps in 4 hours. That's pretty fucking sad. I don't know how long it took to do maps last night. Why do I feel so slow? You are slowed while a vile legionnaire has you hooked. Yeah, I'm like, why am I still slowed? That's so odd. They're dead. Is that like a permanent slow? 90% increased waste stones, poison, pack size. Huh. Nothing about chains. Oh, maybe it'll keep me from running into danger because I'm an idiot. I've played ARR since release and haven't made it out yet. That's sad. Well, there's some things we are made for and some things we are not. Fucking hell, I'm gonna die! What is this? Get away from me, bitch! Holy fuck! That's scary. Okay, kaboom. Dead. Give me some life. Holy shit. I need more resistances. That's my worst thing here. Oh, there he is. There's the dude. Nice. Fucking exploded his ass. He became the Splody boy. Let's get that health. Let's go. There we go. Oh, that's the dead end. Is this an end? No. Minions, save me. Being able to angle the firewall is so nice, though. That's like best part. Something I've always wanted to do in like every like ARPG is if you have a firewall on a sorcerer to be able to aim it in a direction that makes it so it does most damage. Even though I'm literally not using it for that. I'm just using it to get the raging spirits. Fuck, this guy's pulling down lightning on me. He's a little bitch. He's electrocuted though. Look a little bit. So I'm never gonna get rid of these gloves. The electrocution stun is so good. Chaos Orb. Nice. Now we're actually getting currency. Let's go. I'm just so scared to advance because I'm just like, I'm just gonna walk into something and just fucking die. It's so bad. It's like, I can't see the poison effects on the ground because the terrain's actually pretty bad. I guess I should say the lighting for it. Plus having the like the one thing that really sucks about Firewall is if you're standing in the fire, you can't see an on-ground effect. Like, you fuck. And these Mana Steel fucking auras are just bullshit. Like, every freaking rare has one of these, and I gotta keep my distance. There we go. Blew the fuck out of him with a crit. He exploded super fast. Oh, see those dives? That's the shit that's fucking killing me. Like, I literally rolled just randomly, and that looked like I evaded the attack. That's how fucking fast that shit happened. It looked like a preemptive fucking thing. But I just randomly rolled, and he just happened to come at me. That could have fucking killed me. Okay, so now we know what's like killing us. Oh, and they appear out of the ground? What is this bullshit? What are these ambushes? And then there's poison everywhere. I am just scared for my fucking life. Like, I didn't even see an attack coming at me, and I'm like already down health. And there's not even anything there. Halfway through my life flasks. We need to be super careful. Oh god. Out of nowhere. Okay, their critical hits get us health though, so at least we have that. And we have pretty decent crit. Yeah, definitely a rough map, that's for sure. Oh, we're down to a couple of rares. We might be able to complete this one finally if I pay attention and don't die. Like I was literally just about to do. Okay, yep, just die. That's what we need. Give me that health. Let's go. They all disappeared before I grabbed them by like 1 second. They need to like not disappear so fast. That would be very helpful. Because I feel like I have to go in and die and lose a bunch of health just to get a bunch of health. Like, I'm kind of regretting not going Infernalist. But I wanted the infinite curse duration. I don't know why. I just... That's what I decided. And since I decided it, that's how it was. I was like, infinite curses? Fuck yes. Boss killer. Let's go. But granted, it does give us a shit ton of damage. It's just we do 2 different types of damage, fire and lightning, and we can only use one. And so far, lightning is the one we've amped up because our arc is super powerful. Fucking obliterate shit, and then with the Mana Flare, boom, blow everything up. But I'm a goddamn glass cannon. With invisible enemies coming after me. Alright, at least I have full health now. Alright. That's a dead end. Good to know. Is there really the last rare is all the way back up there? That's insane. What is my charm? For bleeding. I should change that to poison. Let's go do that. I need to, like, when do you get more charms in your belt? Like, I don't understand. Like, we're already at maps, and we don't even have a 2 slot.
What can I do for you?
Could have been good. Not so much. They're low tier. That's well. Yeah, they're under 5. Fire, lightning, or that's a lot of. You know, I'll keep that. What the? Move the ring, intelligence, evasion. Yeah, okay.
See what you think.
Don't need that. Oh, what about these boots? I didn't see the boots. Shock. Yeah, don't care. Are you gonna try and enchant that? Could have been good. Wait, is that light radius connected to mana regeneration? They're the same tier. Increase mana regeneration rate and 15 light radius. That's odd. That those two are correlated in any way.
Yes.
Interesting. Think about making the buy for this game again. Final Fantasy 14, you're saying? Yeah, I got it too. I work at 1:30, so I should get some sleep. I mean, since I'm not playing SSF, I'd play with you. We could, I could start a new character. Either go with my monk or start a marauder or something like that. And then I could use that character to just like specifically play like with you if you want. And we can progress through that. 'Cause multiplayer is pretty fun. Yeah, so I'll just have a dedicated character to play, and then we can just like you've seen how I play today. Like, I just AFK. I'm really not paying attention. But yeah, then you can have a dedicated character. But if you ever want to play together, we could have you know, we could do that. But it's understandable. But yeah, maybe okay. Let's call it when I finish this map, because I am kind of passing out. I have like no brain power left. Although it could be different. I play with dudes and it's I don't know. I'm doing quests, doing questions. Oh, I totally don't mind answering questions at all. I love answering questions and talking about stuff, and like, I'm the kind of person who's like, you know, more people are like, okay, I'll play with you, and then they carry you. Nah, man, I'm the kind of person, if you play with me, and like, you're like the noob at the game, I'm sitting on the back line, like, giving you like auras and shit. Like, I'll play a full support class just to buff you, so you can enjoy playing the game. Because I love playing supports and shit like that. I also love watching people play the game. So it kind of fulfills like 3 birds with 1 stone. And then I really don't have to pay attention, because all I really have to do is follow you and give you my buffs. But most people don't like that kind of playstyle. But it's like, I find that enjoyable. Like when I play multiplayer, I always make a support class. Because they're just fun to play. And then people want you in their group, because they're like, holy shit, dude. I'm actually OP with you around. And I'm like, yeah, buddy. That's what I'm here for. Let's go. Let's get them. And then I started playing SSF. But it's like, you do that enough, and it does feel like you're just getting carried. At some point. But when you're the one wasting all the portals, it's like you're carding in, I forgot why I even went back to town, was to change my charm. I'm an idiot. But, in Monster Hunter, carding, because it's like, oh, well, you know, we've only got a limited amount of these. Don't be the guy who carts all 3. Like, if you join the hunt midway through, and then you just cart 3 times, and then rage quit the game. It's like, oh my fucking god, I hate those people. It's like, if you don't, like, cart once, okay, take it easy. You cart a second time? Dude, the fuck are you doing? You cart the 3rd time? I'm fucking blacklisting you. Like, I don't need that shit in my game, because I always only host. So, you're in my game at my pleasure. Man, this guy is a fucking tough son of a bitch. Holy shit. He does not want to die. Yeah, slick completed. Map done. Chance shard, sick. I'm just gonna finish it, because there's possibilities of a map drop. And if I die, it doesn't matter, because the map's completed. And we know there's going to be no rare monsters, so we can kind of just burn through it and hope we get currency. Oh, but that debuff on me disappeared when I went to town. That's kind of convenient. I guess it was just a bug. Yeah, dead. Oh, well. Okay, well. Thank you very much for watching. Yeah, man. It's worth it. You just have to be creative if you're melee. And it's a little bit more build intensive and play intensive. But like, I want to play a monk. Like, here, I'll show hold on one second. Let's go to character creation and I'll show you what my monk, like, it's fucking broken, but I don't like using power charges and RNG because I have like the worst RNG. But like, I forgot how I get power charges. I'm gonna die. I forget how I get power charges. How the fuck do I get power charges? Are they just random? I don't remember. I don't remember how to play this character. Shit. Where am I? Oh, it's this. I'm an idiot. I'm an idiot. Okay. Okay. Boom! There we go. Okay, it's my mouse button. It's my mouse button. And I gotta get them down to low health. Then I use the mouse button. Then I get the I get the powers. And then we do the thing. We do the thing that kills the stuff. We do the and then if we get lucky, we can do it. I'm dead. Fuck. We can do it multiple times. I gotta get a chain going with it though, and show you what it's like when you can get a chain going if you have good RNG. But these guys explode, so it's kind of annoying for a melee. And it like takes a little bit of time to charge up that attack. But once you get that, and you're like this, you're like boom. Nope, missed it. Wait, there. Oh, wait. Boom! Blow the shit out of them. Then you get another one. Get another one. These are just like the worst mobs to fucking test this on. There we go. And then kaboom, and you throw them down. Get out of here. And then, yeah, okay, we got the power charges back to back, and then you just spam it as many times as you can. And that's like basically how you play melee. And then you can like freeze them from range. They usually have some kind of range ability or something. And this one, like where the spikes come up at the end, is like where you do the most amount of damage. So you kind of want to keep them at range with that, and then when they come into range, you do that. When they're at low health, you jump on them, do that, and then you go boom, and you fucking explode everything up. Like a great example of it in action is hold on, let me just kill this, and then actually, I don't even care. We can just exit Path of Exile. I don't even care. Okay, let's bring this shit up. Oh, we can just exit Path of Exile. Okay, go to his VODs. Here. Where is it where he's actually playing the game? Okay, no, this is like him going to sleep or some shit. Okay, here's him actually playing the game. Look at what his build does. Wait, what the fuck?
Is he still exploding? What is that?
Do you know that you can corrupt
a falling spell he's still in tier 1s. Okay, yeah, no, this is when he's still in tier 1s.
No, I did not know that.
He's got the slam.
What the fuck almost just killed me? I don't understand what the fuck that was.
Come on, do the thing.
Did I get like
do the thing, Quinn?
Chaos damage? Like, what the fuck was that?
Do the thing. Not the slam, do the thing.
Do I need chaos for his cap?
Why is he not doing the thing? Okay, well there's the execute, but where's the shout? And where's the molten throw? Like, I'm so confused. I was watching him earlier. I don't know what time this is around. Okay, yeah, shit like that. When you like line everything up and then you just fucking blow the shit out of them. Like that's how you play a melee class. Like, just like it's more intensive, more strategic, more engaging gameplay, but it takes more to actually do.
Up, bro.
But yeah, he has like subathon challenges that he's meeting when he hits his goals of subs, and yeah, they've been pretty brutal to him. Plus, he's doing his own shit with like VTuber model and everything.
Wait, is there a
but yeah,
downside?
like a build like this,
Can I
like
just be
something like this, where you're just like you have an engagement skill.
Let's see what the hell.
You have a execute skill, and you have a buff, and you basically rotate between those, and you just completely fuck shit up, because it's like when I use the I use arc for the mana flare. So if I get the crit, I get the mana flare, which doubles the damage, plus I did a crit, which also doubles the damage. And if I crit the mana flare, it just does even more damage. And then I use the minions as like a wall to protect me. So having like different kind of aspects to the build. But yeah, with like my monk, for instance, it's like trying to get the power charges and stuff like that. I just hate that kind of gameplay. I like more like the Marauder, where it's like you're just like firing and then you have to reload, you have to throw out a grenade, but you don't have to worry about like consistently managing extra resources on top of your mana. Mana should be like the one, like your mana and your health are the resources you should have to worry about. You shouldn't have to worry about any other resource. You should just do like damage mitigation if you're dying. That's all you should really worry about, or increasing your damage. But again, as always, don't forget, if you can't say fuck you to your friends, who can you say fuck you to? Fuck you.